Lagos is the city of the Yorubas, of the Igbos, of the Hausas, of the Orogos, of the Nupes, and of all the tribes of Nigeria. They are all here. And as Nigerians, they are entitled to equal treatment for everything. For any party which will discriminate against Nigerians, that party does not deserve to be called a national party or a Nigerian party. That party is not Nigerian, but it is a tribal party of division. We cannot afford that anymore here in this country.
I actually only bring to you the fraternal greetings of the people across the Niger. What you are trying to do here, we have already begun across the Niger. And we hope in this age of solidarity that with our arms linked across the Niger, we shall march behind Al-Haji Shehu Usmani Shagari into the State House Ribadu Road again on the 1st October 1983.
Àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún èdè, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, Àkànbí ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ. Ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀, wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́, Àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹnùkò, bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ba ń darí jọ wí, àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejembo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejembo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Eguma wego. Tuba jọdịrị Chukwuma dukwu tuba jọdịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo ayandaba 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 Ayandaba, Susu, baby, Subramia, Suku Sunu, baby, Subramia, Suku Sunu, baby, Subramia, Suku Sunu, baby, Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
After one day for your brand yourself on a new since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna move on, I'm gonna go to book.
And there it is. Since I was born and now that I'm getting old, and whatever it is that is said after that. So whatever it is that is said after that, another day, another session. Here we go again. So here we go again. The usual Bulabalu and Bulaba. So let's do the Bulabalu and Bulaba together. So good to be your company. Good to have you around. Always a delight. Happy to have you here. So happy to have you. happy to have you here. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come join me on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation right there. So like, subscribe, and come join me if you're that way inclined. So so here we go again. There's not much in the news offering. I say that far too often now, but after elections, the news cycle is usually just boring. It's administrative stuff. But we pick and mix just really to bring the session. And then in the course of the session, it grows organically, hopefully. And then we have another epic interaction, as we often do. So that's how, and that most likely to be the case for the foreseeable. So if you're not in the throes of an election, then there is nothing that is spiky, to bring for your consideration. So we just bring administrative stuff. We bring performance. We bring what is going on within the society. We bring the thoughts of the panelists, and then we mix it up to have the session. So that's what's going on again today. But we bring you this because this seems to, it's a recurring decimal in the news cycle, and it doesn't seem to show any signs of abating. So it continues, the mystery around the death of Akeredolu. So a space that keeps on giving. And here is now the take of the new governor of that state. Governor Akeredolu counters claim Ondo ex-governor died in Germany, revealed where he died. So here it is right there. It's almost impossible this, what's going on with this? Is it not scrolling? Very difficult to read it if it doesn't scroll. Yes. So, how can there be a mystery as to where a governor of a state died? That's just a basic question to ask. Why should there be a mystery? Is even a random person, he died XYZ place, but one of the most prominent politicians within the Nigerian space, 3 spaces now, people are accounting for where he died. Governor Akeredolu counters claims Ondo ex-governor died in Germany, revealed where he died. So where exactly did Akeredolu die is the question. So now this is going to, okay, so does it open up? Yes, it does. Governor Lucky Akeredolu of Oyo State, so that has already defeated the whole of the thing. It's not of Oyo State, but of Ondo State. Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa of Ondo State announced on Thursday that the late Governor Rotimi Akeredolu of Ondo State passed away in his private home in the capital city of Ibadan. So now, the first time that the news broke that Akeredolu had passed on, we were told he passed away in Lagos, that he was so debilitated in health that they could not fly him to Germany. So they took him to Lagos instead. But in the thrust, in the scramble to find a defibrillator or whatever it is, whatever necessary machine for his condition, he passed away for reasons of the hospital not being properly equipped. So that was the breaking story of the death. That was how the death of Akeredolu broke as a storyline. So that was our first introduction to that space. And off the back of that, the usual criticisms around the poor medical services in Nigeria and how the people that were meant to invest in that space, they run away abroad. But now, in this instance, it looks as though nemesis caught up with Akeredolu. So that was the first introduction to that space. And then very, very quickly after that, we were told, and this was even a news release from his family, that he died in Germany. So now that's the second place now. But now, the now new governor of the state, which was the deputy of Akeredolu until he passed on, now sworn in as governor of Ondo State, insists that he died in Ibadan. So there it is, the mystery that is Akeredolu, a gift that just keeps on giving. Governor Aiyedatiwa counters claim Ondo ex-governor died in Germany, revealed where he died. Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa announced on Thursday that the late Governor Rotimi Akeredolu of Oyo State passed away in his private home in the capital city of Ibadan. This runs counter to the state government's official statement that he passed away in Germany. During a visit to the late Akeredolu's family in Ibadan on Thursday, the state's newly appointed governor, Aiyedatiwa, revealed this to the media. According to correspondents, the state government confirmed the passing of Akeredolu, a senior advocate of Nigeria, on Wednesday in Germany following a lengthy illness, according to a report published by correspondents on Wednesday. The State Commissioner for Information and Orientation released a statement in which the administration declared that Akeredolu's cause of death was protracted cancer. However, the recently appointed state governor disclosed that Akeredolu passed away in his Ibadan home, not Germany. On behalf of the good people of Ondo State, he said, the administration led by him, the government of Ondo State, are here to offer our condolences to the immediate family of our former governor, Rotimi Akeredolu, who passed away in his private residence here in Ibadan yesterday. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. There's still, yeah, it is live, Prince. There is still a lot to unravel from exactly what happened to Akeredolu. And I suspect that we may never know the full story, but there it is now. We now have 3 locations as to the place that this guy died. And there it is, only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Okay, so we go on from there to this one. This one portends good news in spite of the, yes, in spite of the naysayers. So this one portends good news in spite of the naysayers. Federal government gives oil firms in Nigeria strict orders on Dangote as 6 refineries are set to begin operation. So now, I think by the first, almost certainly the second quarter of next year, which is next week essentially. So by the first, but without that, the second quarter of next year, fuel scarcity will be consigned to the annals of history within the Nigerian space. It will be a space of fuel abundance. not fuel scarcity, because the Dangote refinery alone is capacitated to satiate the fuel needs of the Nigerian space and more. But now we have six refineries coming on stream and are ready to start producing. So it looks as though now that narrative of fuel scarcity, much to the chagrin of the obedient, is now about to be consigned to the annals of history. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has ordered oil companies in Nigeria to supply 483,000 barrels of crude daily to local refineries for the next 6 months, beginning January 2024. The initiative is part of Nigeria's efforts to ensure regular supply to local refiners for domestic consumption. Now, listen to this. So, about 6 local refineries are expected to begin production in the coming year, including the 650,000 capacity Dangote refinery and Nigeria's 3 refineries in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. The Dangote refinery has received about 4 million barrels of crude out of the 6 million barrels promised by the Nigeria National Petroleum Company, NNPCL. Earlier correspondents reported that Africa's largest refinery received another 1 million barrel shipment on Thursday. According to recently published crude supply obligations guideline, the Dangote refinery will receive the largest supply of 325,000 barrels daily. So how much is it again? Out of the 483,000 barrels, Dangote alone will be consuming 325. So I don't know what that leaves the rest of them, about 100,000 barrels for the remaining refineries. Data from the commission shows that 6 refineries have a refining capacity of 864,500 barrels daily and are expected to begin production in 2024. Reports say all producers must supply more than half of the crude requirement to meet the daily refining capacity. Other refineries meant to benefit from the crude supply are the Warri and Port Harcourt refineries, which are expected to begin production in 2024. Others are Walter Smith, OPAC, and Niger Delta Petroleum Refinery, which will receive 10,000 barrels of crude daily. So that Niger Delta Petroleum Refinery, that essentially, I think, that is Obaseki's initiative. They say after Dangote, another Nigerian billionaire begins to build a new refinery. More materials arrive from China. So who is this? Let's just capture the name. I think that might well be Rabiu, whatever his name is, Dangote's arch rival. So that almost certainly Dangote's arch rival. So let's move on from there to this. This is a throwback storyline. How Obasanjo IBB begged me to step down for Buhari in 2007, ex-Senator Yerima. Fresh facts have emerged on how former President Olusegun Obasanjo of the PDP and former Nigerian leader General Ibrahim Babangida worked for the emergence of the then General Muhammadu Buhari as the candidate of the ANPP in the build-up to the 2007 presidential election. So this is a throwback somewhat. I'll just give you 3 paragraphs of this. Former Zamfara State Governor, Senator Ahmed Sani Yerima, gave this revelation on Friday, December the 29th, whilst featuring on the 2nd edition of Inside Sources on Channels Television, anchored by former presidential aide Laolu Akande. So it looks as though all these former presidential aides are now taking position within media spaces. So expect to see Femi Adesina on a sofa near you. So I'm expecting that a rival platform, a rival to a Rise television platform, I'm expecting one of their rivals to. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you, Abimbola. Pardon me. I'm expecting one of the rival news platforms to Arise TV to appoint Femi Adesina as their main anchor, just as Ruben Abati is the main anchor on our channel's television. So you'll be seeing a lot of that. And it looks as though Laolu Akonde has already been purloined by our channel's TV. Obasanjo, who had already anointed Umaru Musa Yar'Adua as the PDP presidential candidate, rooted for Buhari to emerge as the opposition candidate, believing that will give him a less tedious ride to win the presidency for his party, as he didn't want Yerima, also a top contender in the ANPP then, to go head-to-head with Yar'Adua. The then governor of Zamfara State, Senator Yerima, had on October the 27th, 1999, introduced, yes, by the way, this Senator Yerima is notable, notorious, and noted for two things only: marrying some a very young Egyptian girl and introducing Sharia to Nigeria's space. The then governor of Zamfara State, Senator Yerima, had on October the 27th, 1999, introduced Sharia law in his state and 11 other states in the north with majority Muslim population, including those of Kano and Kaduna, followed suit, which made Yerima's popularity to soar in the north and position him ahead of others as a likely winner in a general election. However, against the popular belief that Yerima was far ahead in the race, as posited by political analysts, there was a dramatic turnaround, which led to him stepping down at the party's convention. Narrating what happened to Akonde on Inside Sources, Yerima said it was a result of a prior commitment he made to an unknown request for a favor from IBB, as initiated by Obasanjo, which he said he could not turn down. He said the Arewa Consultative Forum had a meeting in Kaduna, and it announced President Muhammadu Buhari as the sole candidate of the North and set up a committee to go around the contestants in various political parties and talk to us to please step down for Buhari so the North can have a single candidate. They came to me and I listened to them, and I said I will think it over. But President Obasanjo, made sure he brought General Babangida, who is still alive, and begged him for me to step down. He was in PDP, I was in ANPP. When asked if it was true that Obasanjo did not want him to run against Umar Yar'Adua, his preferred candidate in the PDP, Yerima affirmed the notion as true, saying yes, he did not want me to run against Yar'Adua. According to him, Yerima said from the information he got, it was clear Obasanjo was afraid of his candidature because of his soaring popularity amongst his people. At that time, the security report showed him, according to my information, that because I had all the delegates in my hands, except Kano and Katsina, I left for Buhari. At that time. I had all the state chairmen of ANPP, of all the 36 states at Abuja supporting me. The government knew if I got the ticket, it was going to be a difficult task for PDP to win for Yar'Adua to become president. Then Obasanjo sent an aircraft to bring IBB and requested him to please talk to me so I can step down for Yar'Adua. But I didn't know until after I stepped down, and IBB sent the late engineer Abdulkadir Kure the former governor of Niger State, and even the former governor of Sokoto State, Bafarawa. They were sent to come to me and to beg me to step down. When asked further if Buhari was aware of all the background political scheming, Yerima said yes. He went further. IBB first called me and said, Senator Yerima. I said, yes, sir. IBB, I have your number. Then he said, you know, I have never asked you for any favor in my life. I said, yes, sir. He said, I am going to ask you for one favor. I said, I have done it for you, sir. I didn't know what favor he wanted to ask from me. He said, okay, I won't tell you on the phone, but I am going to send Bafarawa and engineer Kure to you to inform you. Narrating how their visit went, Yerima said, they came to me in the night after 8 p.m. And after greetings, I asked my people to go out, and they said IBB sent them to me. I said yes. He said you were coming. They said the only favor he wants you to do for him is to step down for Buhari tomorrow. The convention is tomorrow. I said, oh my God, please tell him I have accepted. I have committed myself that I was going to do him that favor. Then they said, no. He said, whatever your answer is, we should call him and you will tell him by yourself. And they called IBB and I told him, sir, tomorrow I will step down for Buhari. Immediately they left. I went to the national chairman, Chief Ume Ezioke, and I told him that tomorrow I was going to step down for Buhari. He said, oh my God, and he started dancing. I didn't know he was promised the vice presidential candidate. And that night, he told Buhari, and Buhari was telling me that he didn't believe me until I climbed the podium and announced it, because they changed the program at the convention venue, the Eagle Square. On how he broke the news to his supporters, Yerima said it was, he planned it at the convention venue. As he said, the party had already concluded plans, even with a changed timetable of the program to suit their interest. The timetable was opening prayers. Then there would be the national chairman's opening remark. Then all the candidates will start talking. But they changed the program. And after the opening prayer, they said Yerima was going to speak. So they called me first and asked me to talk. And I announced my stepping down. And I appealed to all other candidates to also step down, and they did. And Buhari became the only candidate. Yerima concluded. So Yerima concluded. So that's just the backdrop then to politics as it played out in 2007. So politics as it played out in 2007. So this will be the last readout, and then I have a clip to play you, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the on the studio. How Daily Nigerian reporter bagged Cotonou University degree in 6 weeks, participated in NYSC scheme. So it's the narrative is the narrative of some of these dodgy degrees. The story of obtaining questionable degree certificates from universities in Benin Republic and Togo is not new. What is new, however, is how these certificates can be obtained with ease and speed. Cotonou is not only famous for the thriving second-hand car business, popularly called Tokumbo, it also serves as a mecca for those for those in need of express degrees. The requirements are O-level certificates, fake or genuine, and the required amount of money, which varies depending on the course, urgency, or class or degree. And in less than a month or two, one can be a graduate from any of these mushroom universities dotted across the 2 West African countries. The beneficiaries of these substandard certificates who are either unintelligent or lazy compete for jobs and other opportunities with hardworking graduates who undergo academic rigor for at least 4 years to obtain their degrees. Daily Nigerian gathered that some use the questionable certificate to get civil service jobs or aspire for elective. You know, I was actually thinking of Senator Adeleke as I was reading this, when he just magically got a degree to qualify him then to run for Osun State or whatnot. Daily Nigerian gathers that some use the questionable certificates to get civil service jobs or aspire for elective offices, while some of their peers with hard-earned credentials languish in joblessness and hopelessness. To get first-hand information on how these certificate racketeers operate, Daily Nigerian reporter Umar Audu went undercover and investigated the booming business. In December 2022, our reporter reached out to a racketeering syndicate that specializes in selling the infamous degree certificates from the neighboring countries to willing buyers at an affordable rate. The agent, however, told our reporter the option of studying for a year or a month, but he opted for a month option. That is not a problem. We can help. If the money is ready, we can help you out. We have done it for a lot of people. If you make the payment now, the results will be ready in a month, he assured. Our reporter's choice of mass communication from any university in Cotonou was premised on the fact that he could easily scale through the screening as he had knowledge of the course. The agent gave the reporter the breakdown of the amounts to pay, which include tuition fees, an evaluation letter, a residence permit, immigration stamps at the border, and transportation. On December the 27th, 2022, our reporter made the payment and was issued with a payment receipt. True to the agent's words, the certificate and transcript of Ecole something or the other, some university is in French, so I'm not going to attempt to read it, in Cotonou was delivered to his office on February the 17th, 2023. And here is the certificate right there. So that's a copy of the certificate that took him, that took him only 6 weeks to acquire. A Bachelor of Science, BSc, in Mass Communications with second class upper division, with the right, honor, privileges, and responsibilities pertaining thereto. In witness thereof, this certificate is given bearing the seal of the university, dated September the 5th, 2022. Yes, is that 2022? Yes. So there it is. Unbelievable. The transcript indicated that this reporter commenced the institution in 2018 and graduated in September 2022. Unfortunately, there was a slight mistake in the transcript, so it had to be transported back to Cotonou for correction. And 1 month later, the corrected version was received on March the 29th. Prior to that, this reporter was never issued an admission letter or knew about the school the agent was processing for him. All the agent said was, "Don't worry, everything will be sorted." Like a miracle, our reporter finished a 4-year degree in less than 2 months, without application, registration, studying, writing exams, or crossing Nigerian border. But despite having the certificate and transcript in his possession, the reporter had fears they could be fake until he discovered a scan code placed on the left bottom of the transcript. And when the reporter scanned through, it directed him to the website of the university, indicating he is a genuine product of the institution. On its website, the university, established in 2009, said it is an institution based upon a vision that enables individuals from a mix of different nationalities and cultures to get the best in undergraduate and postgraduate international education. So, so there it is. So that's that scam right there going on, fake degrees. Oluwole, but from Cotonou, there it is. And the guy went on to use that to serve in NYSC, but it's such a long read, I'll abandon it there. So such a long read, I'll abandon it there. All right. Let me play you the K guides, and then I think we've got Ola on the platform, so we kick it off with Ola, and then we see where that takes us. But let's go first to the K guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So we've got Ola joining us, so we kick it off with Ola if it's ready to go. Ola, are you ready? Ola? All right. Whilst we're waiting for Ola to settle himself, let me play you this clip of Oshiomhole speaking to what happened in Plateau State.
National Security Advisor. I think that motion by themselves don't bite. They came here, they assure us they can secure the country, and like every speaker, one speaker after the other, we've all agreed that nothing much is changing. Resolutions will change this situation. We need to bring the back here. I limit myself to Army and Air Force because I don't think this is a problem of the resolutions. On that occasion, I had urged, and I wish with your permission, to add another prayer. Okay. But we summoned the Chief of Army Staff and the Chief of Air Staff and even the National Security Advisor. I think that motion by themselves don't bite. They came here, they assure us they can secure the country, and like every speaker, one speaker after the other, we've all agreed that nothing much is changing. Resolutions will change this situation. We need to bring them back here. I limit myself to Army and Air Force because I don't think this is a problem of the Navy. I'm not also sure that the police that cannot protect our roads, as a result of which you have soldiers, that putting a barrack there will be enough. I just want to add that to show the seriousness of these hollow chambers, under your leadership, that we summon the Chief of Army Staff and the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Air Staff and the IGP to tell us why we should not hold them responsible for these killings. If somebody spent 3 days in Plateau and he had the kind of information that Senator Nigi shared with us, and every other person, it shows that there was proper planning You can't carry out that level of planning in secret and it doesn't leak. If civilians are aware, how come that those who are paid to secure are not aware? We need to let them know that we are paid, we are angry with them for failing in their duties. They need to know that each time in Nigeria is wasted, we owe the security agencies responsible, and there must be consequences on their part. Nigeria doesn't owe anybody a job. They owe us a duty to perform the job that they have asked for. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Proposed and seconded by Senator Kau that this Alo chamber should invite the security chiefs, namely the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, the DGSSS, DGNIA, because of the foreign elements involved, the Inspector General of Police, to meet in a closed session, to meet in a closed session with the Senate with a view to obtaining first-hand information on the Christmas Eve killings in Plateau State, to enable the Senate take further actions that can bring this to a close. Those who are in support of this additional prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Let me thank distinguished Senator Dickett Plank for bringing this to the fore, and also thank all those who have contributed to this motion, and to say that yes, indeed, we have a responsibility to comply with the provisions of our Constitution, which is that the primary role of government is to ensure the protection of lives and properties. This is a very unfortunate, a very barbaric, and a very terrible tragedy for Nigeria that had led to what we may regard as a Black Christmas for the country, because the level of killings were unprecedented and the number of villages affected simultaneously were also unprecedented. And it's very clear that these things were very coordinated, and therefore we believe there was failure of intelligence and failure of reaction, of timely reaction. And that is why the Senate is taking this very seriously. May we rise for a minute silence in honor of those who lost their lives. May the souls of our brothers and sisters who were unfortunately in a barbaric manner murdered in various villages in Plateau State on the eve of 2023 Christmas rest in perfect peace.
So there it is right there. That was Adams Oshiomhole insisting that we cannot and we must not let this pass, as we've often let it pass whenever things like this happen. What he is insisting is that the security, because the assurance that the security chiefs have given us is that they were going to make I'm reading comments. The assurance that the security chiefs gave us and the remit of their post is to make the country secure. And the killings that went on in Plateau State, it wasn't just a snap attack. It was an attack that lasted hours and hours. And even there was a time that the state governor of that state was reporting to the Nigerian space, and he was saying, and they were asking him for the numbers. He said, I couldn't give you accurate numbers because I'm not sure if the attacks are over yet. So he's even able to sit in front of media whilst attacks might still possibly be going on there. And we've just had about 16 or so new generals now who will be taking millions of dollars in payments and bribes. We have an abundance of all manners of security structure, and the country totally unsecure. So Oshiomhole is saying there's enough of that, and these people should be called into the Senate to come and give an account of their stewardship, and if they are not up to the job, they should be let go. And hopefully he follows through on that, because what's it called? The Senate president, he was saying there that in terms of that attack, that is the largest scaled one that we have seen in terms of numbers of in one incident so far. And the way they went after that, it's so graphic. The instances, they will put away their AKs and they will be chopping up people with swords and knives. So just barbarism at its most animalistic form. So something has to be done, but what can be done? And can Adams Oshiomhole push that all the way through? So we see how that plays out. Let me play you this other clip, and then we control her. So there it is right there. I think the message is quite clear right there. That was Tinubu's convoy on his festive break in Lagos, and the voice of the people, the voice of God. Aping power, they made sure to shout it loud enough for him to hear it. And no matter how sound and bulletproof his convoy is, aping power, we are hungry. So something has to be done, but does Tinubu have what it takes to do something about it? Ola, good to see you.
Good to see you, one man, and greetings to our viewers, and thank you for joining us as usual in this learning session and in the way we are doing our own quota here to provide solution to numerous problems we have in our country. So happy New Year to you in advance. And for our regular panelists, I know that you are in the festive mood, but there's no better time for us to share ideas going to the new year than now. So I'll be expecting many of you to quickly jump on so that, you know, the diversity in the...
No, it's all right. If people are busy, people are busy. We'll just do a short little session and then we'll
okay. So let me just go. Let me just start with what Adams Oshiomhole is saying, because you see, one thing about our politician is this: coming out to talk is different from acting, right? So even at my level, at our level here, we know the real problem of Nigeria. We know what we should be doing, and we know what we are not doing. Now, if you keep using the same problem you keep trying the same solution for how many years now? For like 60 years, we are not getting results. So the logic dictates that we change our approach from what we've seen. Okay. We've been calling the army chief and generals to come and explain things, and for how long? And we've not been able to solve the problem. We know this problem, but we don't want to solve, because every problem, every security problem is local, and the local people, they love themselves more than what you are bringing external people to come and do. Now, if you go to your Alaafin, if you commit the security situation to those people in Oyo Alaafin, you allow people in Oyo to hire their security outfit, you equip them, they know everywhere inside their bush. They know their boundary, they know how to stop those people, they know those people that are new within the community, those people that are not part of them that we ask. you are not doing this thing, but you keep saying, oh, the same institution that has not been able to provide solution for a very long time, you still want to rely on that institution to do that. And you know, this institution, we are talking of the institution that is heavily politicized, you know, because nobody wants to stick his neck. Okay, if I were a nanny general today, that I know, okay, if I even push my head now and Tinubu will leave that place tomorrow, what becomes of me in the next 8 years if another person from, let's say, from Kano is there? So it's going to be totally different things entirely. We've seen what happened to the like of Ribadu and the El-Rufai when they put their life on the line to do everything, when another government got to that place. So things like that, we may not keep even the hierarchy of the military even motivated to even do enough to go brutal after all these criminals that are terrorizing our community. So how do you now protect? Simply move the security architecture to the state. You know, so you are going to have different level of politics there, because if you are from Ekiti State and you are the commissioner or you are the most senior police officer in charge of that security, you know, if you clear your state out of some kind of foreign criminals, for example, that terrorize your state, nobody will come from Kano tomorrow and come and punish you. So look at how that structure can boost the morale and can motivate people to solve the security problem. So what we are facing in Nigeria is not that difficult to solve. The problem is we are not really ready to solve this problem. Now, when we want to solve the problem,
but you are intellectualizing it, but the price is being paid in human lives. Even the Sultan of Sokoto, just off the back of this crisis now, is not alarming that our human lives actually has no value anymore in Nigeria.
No, one man, I'm not intellectualizing it. I'm saying I'm talking about what we see the practical situation in different countries. And even all these our elders, Afenifere, people from the social cultural group from the eastern part, they've already said this over time and over time. It's not something new. For example, like some example I made for now. You understand how will the police officer and the military officer from Kano, from Jigawa, or pull across the state, how will they know my forest inside Ekiti, inside Ondo State more than myself? How will they know that? But someone that is living there, they know they have stake more than they have stake in that state, in that city, more than someone you are bringing from Kano. So if all this beautiful grammar, all this analysis that Sultan and Co are saying, if they really mean it, all of them should be clamoring for local security outfit, state police. When we wanted to solve the problem around pipeline vandalization the last time, they engage people from they engage the former the militants from the south, and they engage Odua People Congress just to coordinate. What happened? All of a sudden, the criminals that were creating the pipeline the damages, they disappeared. But immediately you limited them again, you started hearing another story. So what does that tell you? When you want to solve this problem, the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police are not the one to solve the problem. Equip the states, allow the states to deal with their own security issue. Allow them to bear arms. Allow them to gather their own intelligence. It's easier for an Ekiti man to communicate with Ekiti. We just see some foreign faces that we don't see. They are coming. You know, when seeing this local, even intelligence can even be like, okay, oh, you live in this state. Where do you live? From what family? You'll be able to track everybody in your in your city, even to the family they belong to whom they rent an apartment from, and even if you want to claim that someone has given you farmland to work on, you'll be able to ask. So that is how to gather intelligence and deal brutally with some criminals. But it is like the system is so designed to just allow some people to just do whatever they want to do, and we come to the camera, we come to the media and just speak beautiful grammar. To me, I don't see sincerity of purpose in what Sultan is saying. He cannot tell me that he doesn't know more than that. Oshiomhole, you should just please call that scrap. They should solve that rubbish. Inviting all those army general that just play to the gallery.
Sorry. What do you mean stop all that rubbish? What should the parliament do? What should they do? What should the Senate do?
They should go aggressive in allowing states and local government to bear arms.
No. In the immediate term to address what happened in Plateau.
The immediate term is just to make sure that all those local outfit like vigilante we have now, they should order the Inspector General of Police, and they even should, as a matter of fact, to be very urgent in making some federal law that will empower the local security to carry hands and fish these people out. And let Nigerian police give the Nigerian police another function entirely, like maybe FBI in the one in America.
Yeah, but how does that solve what happened in Plateau? Okay,
one man, you engage Plateau indigene, you recruit them into the security outfit.
No. What happened? How does that effect arrest and all that?
See, one man will be what happened in Plateau. Since I could read very well, I could try to understand whether I through religious or all this kind of the recent insecurity. I've been hearing that since 80s, as far back as early 80s.
So they should just let it go. They should forgo it.
No, one man, they've not been able to make some proper arrests.
What I'm asking is. What Ojomale is angered by what happened in Plateau, and he wants to drag the security chiefs in. He's saying he wants the Air Force guy, the Chief of Army Staff, and the NSA to come and explain, to come to the Parliament and explain via the Senate to Nigerians how things like that, how something like that was able to happen. Because their job is to hold them to account for what happened in Plateau. Do you object to that?
No, one man, I object to that just because in the past we've done panel, we've invited them, we've cried, oh, this should not happen again. The start all this. So we've been doing all this over and over. That's my problem, and it has never solved the problem. When you go into this drama of, oh, the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, come and explain what happened, how did this happen, the next story, okay, we are going to equip you more, and suddenly again in the future it's going to happen. It has happened in Southern Kaduna, it has happened in Plateau and some other areas. What we are saying is this thing has happened over and over without solution other than this talking, going to the Senate and explaining. Whereas the solution is there. People from the Plateau, they know their farm, they know when foreigners will come into their area. Engage these people and because let them take their destiny in their own palm, in their own hand.
Allah, please let me interject. Okay. The funny question is this: it's been almost 5 days now. There's no single arrest made, and been a lot of interview. The victims claiming they know the people that attacked them. How come the military and the police have not made arrests? Over 200 plus people attack people. More than 200 houses burned. Nobody has been paraded to in front of TV.
No, what please answer you that question before. Do you think these military people, they don't know?
No. It's same thing we are saying. Same thing we are saying. Now, to a larger extent, Tinubu is the chief security officer of this country. He got the information. It's supposed to be a shame on the side, on his own side. This can't happen. He will be the one to be in Abuja on the 27th. I said this thing before. He's parading himself in Lagos going on convoy on this kind of serious situation. I was watching in Japan, the France government were calling on Nigeria on that attack. It's becoming a national concern. Then tomorrow, say investors don't want to come to Nigeria. It's how you value your people that other people will respect you, or how you respect your people, other people will value you. The IG took him 5 days to get there. Now again, sorry, there's a pattern to every crime. Who are these ethnic people that are being by? And we have asked ourselves, if it is Fulani, this country will be on fire. Now, is other people doing, Fulani is doing to other people. Now we are quiet. We are making these people super citizens than other people. Are they invisible? Then again, the last one I will say before I give the floor to you, our military structure have big problem. Is being dominated by one ethnic group. So who's going to act? We have more than our military structure right now. Under the guise of Muslim and Islam and Fulani, have 70 to 80% of our men. That's a big problem. Thank you. I give the floor.
War Peace, thank you for your contribution. You see one thing that you know now. Let's just make this thing what is when you are in a very big organization. Even your boss can even give you orders sometimes. Even the team member, they can even collude and still don't give the boss the efficiency. Even if you like sack this one, they will still go their way because subordinates sometimes they will have the reason why they are limiting their actions. You understand? So the way it is, even if Tinubu will still go ahead and fire all this shit today, if you don't put the right process in place, firing and hiring may not achieve anything. Because like I told you, if I happen to be the chief of army staff today, I know I'm from Yoruba. I know that a Yoruba man will not be there in like 8 years. I'd be afraid of what will happen to me 8 years after. So I will try to play the politics there, just because I'm looking beyond my nose. But if the security architecture is in Ekiti, for example, that all of us were Ekiti there, we are not subject to someone in Sokoto or Kaduna. It's my state. If the next person that will come to that is going to be an Ekiti man, the next person is going to be an Ekiti man. Who are we dealing with? We are dealing with some kind of external forces that are coming from from Niger Republic or whatever they like to give us. You understand? But these people, we know they are foreign to our territory. It's going to be like I'm defending my Ekiti state against external aggression. You understand? So I know that in 20 years, I'm secured within my state. Those are the kind of things that we have to look at when we are forming our security architecture. The politics therein is very important. So to me, I don't expect Nigerian military to do anything more than what they've done over time and to explain without solution and all those. Anybody that's insincere, including Oshiomhole, including the Senate president, they know the solution. Everybody is just playing politics and want to secure their status by just create some kind of activities. Try it for a month. Try it for 2 months. Just ask these people from there, okay, Nigerian police, Nigerian army, we don't want you to take this thing. Okay, we want to empower the local people. License arms, let them bear arms and let them face this thing. Then let us come back after 3-5 months and see if this will not happen. If this kind of threat has never happened in that country before, I will not be saying this thing. I will Fayose just buy Shakabula and cutlasses for hunters in Ekiti during his own time. For example, to say, okay, anybody you don't know, buy them wherever, just deal with them. And all of a sudden, even a Shakabula and cutlass or a machete, they just disappear. Now, look at when you now form proper local police and you empower them to deal with any idiot that is coming like an external aggressor brutally and see whether they will not. So we are not tackling the problem, we are just dressing it. That's the problem. So enough of all these shenanigans and let's just face the reality. So anyone that want to add to that, I'm done with that. So I don't trust them, so let them go and do their drama. It won't solve any problem. It won't. So
yeah, let me add a little bit to what you said. Good evening, the panelists here. I think the Nigerian security architecture has been compromised. It's just like a form of bureaucracy that is now turned to an avenue to siphon money. And then the more insecurity we have in the country, the more they are making money. It's like a economic complex for them. I think what Oshewano did was making the right call. What he wanted to do, what he's actually alluding to, is to actually let them investigate that structure properly. Because something of that magnitude cannot happen in a state like Plateau without some sort of informant or intelligence or somewhere around that place. So I think that's going to be on a short like that is just scratching the stuff on the surface. But on a long term, I think security is local, and then we should try to make our security outfit to be much more customized to the local needs of the people. And then it's not that we've not really seen this before. The Southwestern came out with the idea of this Southwestern Nigeria came out with the idea of Amotekun. And since the inception of Amotekun, we've seen less incidents of of terrorist attack or violence. Yeah, sorry, thank you very much. I think we've seen less incidents of such in southwestern Nigeria. I think it's high time we should form a security outfit that cross across regions. That was something that replicates Amotekun. Maybe we have a headway in curbing the security issues that we have in the country.
All right, all right, brilliant. Let me bring you this. Maybe what please can kick off with this one.
Omar, let me say something about that security thing before we move on.
Yeah, come in, Mike. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks. You see, if you have people that know how to think, they understand. If you have people that know how to think ruling you, they will know one key principle that problems supposed to equal opportunity, right? Omar, problem equals opportunity. Now, you are having this insecurity problem in Nigeria. Isn't that an opportunity for you to create a new sector, a economic sector? Meaning, you turn security, right, to an industrial complex. What do I mean? You say, hey, if you, anywhere in the world, have an expertise in securing area or securing state, come and start your own security company, present how you can secure area, and form your own, we contract you or whatever, and you create that agency of that complex will be headed by maybe the Nigerian Army. And then you give license to individuals that knows things about security or group of individuals. And then when you have a bunch of individuals that have security companies that can secure, there are no ways of securing community. For example, me alone, just if I sit down, just look at all these things, the ideas in my head alone, I'm like, God damn, if they can offer me this amount of money, I can secure a community for 1 year straight without a single incident because I just have that knowledge. You understand? And there's so many of us all over the world. They don't even want to be Nigerians. It could be anybody. Just make it an opportunity. Hey, you want to become rich? Hey, we have this sector where you can start your security company, or government have to just make regulations so that way you govern the sector in a sense. You understand? People will start coming in like this opportunity to make money. Hey, get a license, start your own security company, present your things, and government just, there's so many experts all over the world, people that have so much experience, people that have served in advanced countries, military. I mean, many of us have served the U.S. military. We know about all these things, man. We know about surveillance. Even the company I have is a surveillance company. I deal with surveillance camera. I can tell about some camera I don't even know exists. One man. Is it facial recognition camera? I know about all these things. I know about tunnel, where I can have a tunnel in your community. Nobody will know there's a tunnel there. And I have a surveillance camera where nobody will know exists. I will be in that tunnel watching everything going on within that community. And I'll set up perimeters. I even know about spies. I can even have within my security company, I can have spies in the community. So many of us have the knowledge to solve problems. Hold on, let me learn. So many people all over the world, not only Nigerian, that have solutions to problems. But the problem with Nigerian government is they want to solve every problem themselves rather than making it, putting the solution in the hands of those out there, private people out there that know the solution, and just make it a business for them.
They have security experts, though, Mike. It's not as though. You can't do that now. They have security experts and they have security collaborations with all of the international spaces. The Israelis train a lot of Nigerian security spaces. The Americans do, the British do. They have collaborative work there. So it's not as though there's some science out there that they're not aware of.
Well, it's not about science. And also, you mentioned all these things. This is when it's politicized, when interests are involved. What makes you think? And that's the biggest problem. You are saying, oh, we have the Israelis, the Americans. What if those people don't have interest in your solution, your country being solved? So you are depending on countries or that group or so-called security experts or government, even military members, all those guys. They don't have just because you. And the problem we have also is we believe because somebody was is the member of the Nigerian government, they are called security expert. They train them. The Nigeria they're still using the whole British manual to train their soldiers. They haven't even advanced anything. It doesn't mean those are the people that can best solve your problem. The people that can best solve your problem are people that want to make money. You understand? Like for example, one man, as much as I say I know these things, if Nigerian government say me in the room and say, hey, can you give us a solution? I won't give them everything I know now because I know this guy won't give me credit now or something. But if they put money involved, put money on the table, you understand? Hey, your company, if you can start a company and help us solve this problem, I will even go to work to even learn beyond mine because I have a company I have money to make. It's private thing now. It's my personal. I'm on contract. I know if I don't perform well, I will lose this contract. So it's now a business for me to make sure I solve the problem. But if I'm just a employee of the government, and first of all, I'll be lazy because no matter what I do, I'm getting the same salary anyway. But if I'm a private business, I will go extra mile to solve that problem because I know if I solve that problem enough, I can even demand more, increase my cost, my service cost. Like, okay, the contract they gave me was only 1 million per year. Now I've secured your community. You can see my performance here. I'm the area where you assigned to me to secure. Nothing has happened in the past 5 years. So my new contract, I want 20 million. I can negotiate my contract. You understand? Because now I'm in a business to make money. So I will work extra hard to get things done. I will even be digging beyond what I know. Just like a typical CEO of a business, you always want to learn more so that your business can expand. You understand? So that's why I say make it an industrial complex.
Mike, while I agree with you, I think I agree with you to some extent because what you suggested now. No. Yes, to some extent. So because
to complete extent.
No. You make sense. Don't misquote me. Now you know
which part do you disagree with?
No. You just listen. You will get what I'm saying. I'm not disproving. I'm not disagreeing with you in totality. I'm just modifying what you said.
I want to know which part you disagree with because you should have said in totality.
He's about to tell you now. If you let him.
You see, when Jonathan engaged foreign mercenary, private people to deal with Boko Haram, you could see the effectiveness, how the thing went. So those people can be likened to the private security outfit that Mike is saying, right? But what happened is within the same government again, they stopped that because probably some people didn't want that effectiveness. One of them even accused Nigerian government then of persecuting another part of the country. So now, no matter how you try, like I was trying to explain the other time, okay, you put Mike is with the Nigeria, is with the American military and perform excellently. The same Mike now, you now put that the same Mike within the Nigerian army. All of a sudden, Mike is no longer performing. What does that tell you? If the structure is limiting you. Oh, in America, okay, Mike, take this thing, do the way you like. I will give you the opportunity to take decision on your own. Do that. You go and do everything. But you come back to Nigeria, or Benny, don't go to that place, you can't do more than this. You understand? That's the problem. Look at the community that even OPC are securing. Look at the difference compared to the one that the Nigerian police are allowed to secure. Two different results. So interest in this security we are talking about, personal interest, vested interest, is the reason we are not getting ourselves secured. That is why we have to break those things from the hand of the federal government alone. That's
so you somewhat agree with me. Like Amotekun is on contract with the state government, right? So they know
I agree with you, Mike.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like we are agreeing. Like just to expand my point, Amotekun is in contract, right, with the state government. So they know if there exists, if we are getting the same thing we are hearing from Benue all over the place, then the state government will just terminate their contract. Like Amotekun, you guys are not effective. but they won. They know they're on contract, so they have to perform. They have to do what it takes to, extra miles, extra things to perform. So that's why I say you have to privatize things compared to Nigerian police, where he's on salary. You understand what I'm saying? Whether he perform or not, you're paying him the same salary. Whether it's the SDP or DPO or IG, they are on salary. So whether they don't have reason to say, let me go extra man, let me read the extra book, let me do Demolished, let me think, I got some more people to let me do some thinking, because they know whether they perform or not. It's the same salary. But a private company knows that they can terminate my contract anytime. This is my livelihood, and also, if I can give good performance, I can even be charging this state more. They have more reason to, be doing more research on improving their performance, doing steps ahead of what they are doing, steps ahead of the enemy, and doing a thorough job. So that's what I'm saying. That's what America does. Even their military, they're hiring private military, private army, Wagner, all these people. So everybody understand that, like, when money is involved, people will do their performance. They will perform well. Even me, I look at myself, the way I work as a self-employed person is completely different from the way I used to work when I was working for companies. As a self-employed person, I can work straight 24 hours without eating food or doing something, because it's my company. I'm trying to make, the more I work, the more I make money. I know that's the way only the business works. But when I work for a company, before 8 hours, I'm ready to leave. After 3 hours, I'm yawning like, I'm ready to get out of here, man. But so that's what I'm saying. You make it an industrial complex, privatize. It's private. All you have to do is just make sure you put a lot of regulations to make sure things don't go out of hand. That's what it is. That's what you need to do. That's why I say business problem equals opportunity. We have to give people opportunities to come and make money and solve the problem for you.
The problem in your self-employment now is that you are obstructing some people. That's the problem. So
there are rules and regulations. I just told you there will be agencies that make the rules.
No. That's not even what I'm saying. You see, your interest, you know the right thing to do, but some knows that if they put you know the right thing to do, they don't want people that knows the right thing to do. That's the problem.
Who's those?
Are
they the one in charge?
Okay. You say are they the one? They
are not relevant. Are they the head of state? Are they the government? Why are you people always giving excuses, man? You're telling me one irrelevant guy will be telling, say, because he's not happy. I get contract from the Nigerian president. One come out with them, he's not happy. Who cares about him not being happy?
Who stopped the South African machinery? Who stopped them? Was it not the federal government? Was it not Buhari, for example?
Yeah, he's head of state now.
Now you don't ask yourself what interest, what made him stop those people? That's the question you ask. What made him stop those people?
Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Exactly. So why are you bringing it up? If you don't know, we don't know the facts. So there's no point of trying to make it an excuse. If you don't know the facts of what happened, we don't know. Maybe they discovered South Africa was spying on Nigeria. They don't know. We don't know the facts. So you can't use that as an excuse why we can't do anything.
This is the issue now. This is the issue now. It's not about we don't know. You know for sure, we knew that time that this approach was effective. And someone now say, okay, this approach that was effective, we don't want it. Let us go back.
How do you know someone said that? Ola, you're just speculating. And this is the problem with Nigeria. Whenever we bring solution, we always have one reason to kill it.
All right, we can loop around this forever.
Let me say this. Woma, do you notice this? Like Nigerians themselves, whenever you find a solution to the problem, they will start to discourage you, like, no.
No, they will interrogate the solution now. They will
they're not interrogating that. They will give you a reason why you shouldn't follow that solution.
One man, let's do justice to this thing. The question is this that Mike is not acting is this. You are doing something that is effective. Maybe, Mike, you are making money every day. You are making 100 million. And someone say, oh no, let me go back to that situation that be making me 50 million a month. So why will you drop a solution that was giving you 100 million and go for the one for 50 million? So you should look underneath. Something is driving that say, okay, no, you can't just be 100 million. Okay, no, it's too much. Okay, come back to 50 million. You have a solution that was decimating Boko Haram, and you stop those people that, okay, all these foreign security people, we don't want you.
We don't know the facts behind it. We don't know the facts behind it. From my own finding.
Why do you
wait now? From my own finding, I found out that they discovered that some of those foreign guys were working for their government. They were spying on Nigeria. From what I dug. So let's stop these things that we do in Nigeria, where we just look for. I know we all hate government and everything, but let's stop this thing that we do, where we just trying to
All this
because
let Oriola come in. I think Oriola wants to come into that space. Oriola.
Yeah, I cannot agree with Mike. If they regulate the sector and they privatize it, whoever is capable, I mean, there's always going to be requirements. So if you meet the requirement, then they give you the job. Once you don't meet the requirement or you didn't do the job like you need to, they can take you out. But most especially when it comes to internal security, it's always good that people in that area, like, okay, for example, I don't think United States, for example, will hire someone from Europe to come when it comes to security of the US. They won't do that. Just like UK or other country in Europe will not do the same. So all of this saying that some foreign nations are helping us out, I don't think that's a good idea. I think we have intelligent people in Nigeria, or maybe they're outside Nigeria, but they're still Nigerian, that can come back and fix this. And this has to be done like community by community. So that's where I agree with them. Like, if this is done with community by community, is the security, there's requirement, you meet the requirement, and that's good. Whenever you effed up,
what about arms proliferation? What about arms proliferation?
Yeah.
When you have all these satellite little hubs to fully armed, and you know that Nigeria has the preponderance for ethnic clashes and whatnot. So
no, but
that's where regulation comes into play.
Yeah, exactly.
Regulation.
And
that's why I told you that the Nigerian army.
No.
Why would they? So here's the thing: if you want to carry arms, I'm definitely sure in Nigeria today, no, anybody cannot just carry arms except for the people doing it illegally. So even if you owe the security company, you have to go through some certain requirement with the, let's say, the military or the police, for example. They will know the amount of weapons that you have. And if you work for a security force, after work, you can't bring your gun outside work. It's just like a lot of military, for example, let's say US or UK, for example, you can't see their military guys outside work carrying weapon. No, it has to be when they're in the job. So that's different for Nigeria, where military can go in the marketplace or go where people are, where there's mass of people, and carry their arms. Or police can do that. Police cannot do that. Off-duty police, you're not supposed to have your weapon with you. You only need it when you are at work. So same thing, that's regulation will be in place for if you're doing security. This is the amount of people that work for you, and this is the amount of weapon that you need. You only need it for your work. After work, you can't carry it. And this will be for community. It's more like if I live in one area and I'm part of the team that will supervise the security, or they contract the job for me. Do you think I will want to jeopardize my community to have someone just disrespect my community? I won't do that. So it's always good when we imagine Play 2 now. Let's say the security force that were assigned to Play 2, they're actually the indigene of Play 2. Do you think that will happen? They would just let some random people just come and kill their people? They wouldn't. We have to make this like our people. Let the safety and security of our people be within the people that live in that community. And that's why I think when it comes to government, I hate when we put everything on government. That's why we have people. Let our people do it. We have security force. We have people that have been military for years. They know this thing. Give them the contract. Let them do the job. Just make sure you oversee. Make sure they comply with the regulation. That's what I think.
Quick question for Oriola. 1 second.
Solution I brought initially now. You understand? So the question you now ask yourself is this: why is the government preventing those people? That's the point.
Preventing which people?
Preventing the like of OPC, the like of Amotekun, and people within they could understand the locality to do this job. Why is the government stopping them?
But Amotekun is doing their job now.
They are doing it now. talking
no,
about.
they are doing the job, but they apply for weapon which they are not giving them, right? They still need weapon to be more effective. Yes,
right, but they're still doing their job even without
no.
the
I'm
right
telling you, they are
weapons.
doing it. No, Oriola, they are doing it. I agree with you completely, but they still need to take it to another level.
Yeah,
But the point we are here is we are advising the government what to do now. We are not here saying the government already know what they are doing. We are here to tell them what they should do.
No, Mike, they know more than us. They don't want to do it. They know if you think the government people there do not know down, if we think they don't know.
Well, Tinubu just came in now.
You know, sometimes when people talk about government, and please start the comment after this. Sometimes when people talk about government, I scratch my head to imagine the sort of people that they imagine are in government. A lot of these people, they are internationally exposed, supremely educated. Whatever education you want in the world, you find it within Aso Rock. They are not idiots, but Prince Daddy, good to see you.
Yeah, you too, man. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I was gonna just follow up on Aurelia's point. Aurelia, to any other person there, what do you think the role of government is in Nigeria, in society? What do you think they should be doing for the people? I think just like you also, I don't have the mentality that the government should do everything for us. But what do you think government should do at all?
Regulate. That's it. Regulate. Regulate. That's all their job. Regulate. Just put regulation in place. Anything, government should just regulate and give it every single thing to our people. When it comes to let's say postal office, for example, give it out. Just regulate the sector. When it comes to mobile phone or telecommunication, give it out to people. Just regulate. Just make sure they're doing their job. That's all. We don't need you to be the one in charge of doing roads and stuff. Why did you fixing roads? Why is government doing roads? Just give it contract out. Just regulate. All you have to do. Just make sure we pay you this money and just do that. You don't do it, you are out and pay us, give us back the money. So if we're saying that the government should be doing, Nigeria will not be good because how many people are in government? How many people are in government compared to the entire population? The government is just a tiny thing. We just regulate. Just make sure we give you this road. It has to last for 10 years. If something within 10 years and there's damage, you fix it. You can't fix it, return the money, refund us back, refund the money. That's it. Every single thing. We don't need them to sit there and start fixing things. We don't need that. All I would say to this, regulation is what we need from them. Regulation. That's all.
So what kind of sorry?
Can I comment?
I just want to quickly ask a question. When you say regulate in terms of the security system, right? So are you suggesting that private sectors should come into the security system and start providing security for communities across the country?
Yes, where I live, when you go to hospital, it's done by the private sector, the security. When you go to any housing complex, the neighborhood that I live in, we ourselves, we have some people that they're doing security as well. So it's like anywhere you go is private sector. Police, they already do
that. To further buttress his point,
they already do that in many parts of the countries anyway. You have vigilantes and you have some local security in majority of in major part of the countries.
But they're not letting them do the job like they need to do it. Like they're holding their hands back.
That's not true. That's not true. See,
excuse me, guy. Can I comment real quick?
It depends on the state governor. Every state governors have different ways of providing security. Some governors are not doing anything and they just rely on the federal structure. If they want to,
the progressive.
Hold on. Let Dewale comment. Dewale has been pushing to comment. Dewale.
Thank you very much. I want to speak on what Oriola just said about regulation.
Yeah.
No amount of regulation you introduce or impose, it will be ineffective. The reason why is because of the peculiarity of our country. There's nothing wrong with our country's security
set up. Nothing wrong. It's just the culture that we have. That's why it's not working well. Until you take the security to the doorstep of every Nigerian. What do I mean by that? You decentralized it. Right now, we have a system where there's no way the people in the platoon will say they don't know those people that perpetrated those evil. There was a video on the YouTube that purportedly showed those criminals, called themselves bandits, up in the Maiduguri, up in the north. BBC actually took a camera down to their camp. There's no way the government in that state would tell us that doesn't know that such camp exists. But when you have a culture where, you know, one is protective of another, oh, it's our people, don't do this, that is where you have a breakdown of law and order. Even though if you introduce or impose any measure or any security regulatory measure, it won't go far. What Ola said earlier about state policing, even the state policing still has to be subjected to the federal rule. But you have to break it down in such a way that you take people from their localized area that knows every nooks and cranny of that area and make them in charge of the security of that area and equip them with a weapon. And then they will be able to gather intelligence. Now, what you see happening in Plateau, because I'm saying this as somebody who works in that line as well. What happens in Plateau, there's no way the federal government, the state government will deny that they have no knowledge of such planning. I mean, we're talking about killing over 100 people. But you see, people kept mute because it is our people, my people, let's do this, let's wreak this havoc so that we can sell jitter down the spine of these people, or so that they will know that we are in charge. That is what you see happening. And it seems the federal government is not taking any proactive steps. It's because of the complexity involved. You know, what's that about and what you see happening is that every time somebody is trying to do something, guess what we'll do? It will be localized to the extent that it will seem as if even people in charge doesn't know what they are doing. If federal government likes, if the Senate, Nigeria Senate likes, let them keep inviting all the security chiefs every week to come and give account. In as much as we do not localize our security, so that the IG sitting down in his dingy office in Abuja doesn't know what crap is happening in Ondo State or in the River State. You see what I'm saying? Because people on the ground that will be, sending information intelligence back to the center, what if they've diluted the information? What if they are not even submitting the correct information? You see what I'm saying? But when you ask people that have a stake, that they know that if they mess up, it's going to bounce on them. People also can see them. They know who they are in their community. That is when you have to be able to hold people accountable. Not somebody who will sit down in Abuja. Here in America, you have the police chief in his own locality that's answerable to his own people because it's been decentralized. But until we do that, I'm telling you, we are just paying a lip service to the security in Nigeria. They understand the complexity involved.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
You cannot totally discard regulation, because one of the sole aim of government is to regulate all facets of human endeavors within the domain of that country. In the UK, for example, when I talk about the energy sector, they have a regulatory body for that. They call it Ofgem. They coordinate the prices, the price determination. In the same way, all facets pertaining to Nigeria should have regulatory mechanism to regulate all the various activities. That's the main function of government. If we start to have thousands of vigilantes all across the country, it will metastasize into something that is vicious. We still have a regulatory, government still have to produce that regulatory service to control everything. Otherwise, we have a laissez-faire,
I think. Sorry, my brother. I think what you are misunderstanding is the system of government that we run, right? A federal system of government. So basically, it's not a federal vigilante. Okay, what we are talking about right here. Okay, you already have a situation whereby in the southwest, you have Amotekun. Don't forget, Amotekun, as is currently constituted, is not a regional security outfit. It's still a state-by-state security outfit that collaborate within the region to work together. If you go to Kano, you have the Isba police. It's a form of a vigilante body. And I know that in Edo State, there are vigilantes as well, registered by the governors. So the governors can set up this security outfit within the state. Security,
Even Asari Dokubo has his private army that's protecting the pipelines.
Security is not just by the amount of machineries or weapon that you have. A lot of it has to do with intelligence. So, do you know the amount of times Amotekuns have arrested people and they found guns in them while they were traveling to somewhere? So, that was due to intelligence that was gathered, and they were able to foil those people from getting to their destination. So these are the things that people need to do. Every time they talk about vigilante, you say, the governor, they will not let them have AK-47. It's not just about weapons. Weapons, yes, when it got to that place whereby they have to confront each other. But before that, a lot of the work that they do is intelligence. So let us look at it. When there was an intelligence that the military did not take action on, if there was a vigilante on ground, they would have foiled that attack a day or two before that attack took place. So these governors need to start working for their people and stop going to the federal government all the time. The laws allow them to do that, and I don't know why some of them are just hiding behind this. The army are failures, the soldier are failures, this one are failures.
Please, let me interject. Hold on, hold on, please. Ola, please, let me interject. See, I know we are all making point because this problem is not just one-sided point. It's varieties of problem and varieties of different shade and different angles. But everything we are saying is embedded in our security structure. But just that people are taking advantage of it to bend it to favor them, to suit them. First of all, we have like 6 GCO, like one region, one GCO is controlling one region, like South, Southeast, Southwest. Same with police, same with military, same with Navy, same with Air Force. But that's funny. That is when we were regional style government. Now we are in federal. I see no reason why every state should not have their recruit camp. They call it boot camp. That's how it's supposed to be. There's 6 states after it says boot camp for them to recruit their citizens into military, police, army, Air Force, and all that. Then it's just 36 states. We have 500 generals doing nothing. So make each general, each GCO of each state. That's a way to reduce this problem. So every general from this state, people they recruit from this state, train them in the federal, bring them back to their state to be in the camp, to be in the barrack in their states. Same with police, same with army. But what we get when we were recruiting police the other day, the website that was not working, in the north already have almost 300 people submit application on a website that was not working. But I know the day it still came up at 700 screen, the north was still leading. So what would that tell you? Every security aspect, we are saying in the south we have secret court or what kind of court or whatever. In the north is worse. They have like the ulamas and all sects that they have some of the sects have generals, governors in the sect, Islamic sect. So this problem is not invisible. It can be solved. We don't need rocket science. But to face it, to tell the truth.
Can you let me, please, if you don't mind, let me a minute to address the progressive. You see, the progressive, what you said about Amatekun is okay, it's perfect, but it's still that we are still misplacing it. Okay. Now, I don't know where you live. Where you live, if you have a county police, they have the power to arrest and to prosecute. By the power of arrest or prosecute simply means that they can decide and take someone to the court and the person be convicted. Now, Amatekun, to the extent that they can foil whatever attempts, they still hand over whatever they are doing to the police. And at that point, the police, they have this reputation of messing the situation up. That's the problem we are saying. So when we talk about the state police, we are not saying the governor cannot act. Okay, we saw what happened between Sanwo-Olu and one ASP or maybe ASP or chief independent of police that was even disobeying the governor that is supposed to even be the chief security officer of the state. So you have to look at all those stuff. It's not about arresting alone, but scapegoating those criminals too. And when they now, like you said the other time, when they are now trying to even arrest those people, if they are trying to attack, these people too should have the power, the commissionable firearm to retaliate. So to me, we should not just be dressing this thing like gently or because if this thing has been so effective the way we are, how come people are running away from their farm? How come that territories are being even taken over by some kind of criminal element? So you see, we should just take this thing seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, so listen.
Okay, let me make it.
Let me
No, hold on. Let Prince Daddy come in.
All right.
Yeah, somebody said something earlier about Amotekun or policing in general on the state level. I didn't know that, but I don't think so. I don't think the states are able to create a full-fledged police force. If that was the case, what are they waiting for? What I mean, I would like somebody to answer that question. I don't think that is true.
Okay. The law as it stands does not allow them to create a full-blooded another police force, right? But what the law allows them to do is to create a security outfit without prosecuting powers. Yeah, like a Amotekun without prosecuting powers. So basically, we have a situation whereby you can have the young people recruited into a form of vigilante in every community. So, like, okay, I use Edo State to make example, right? So, look, they just create vigilante in every community. If you go to Benin today, somebody commit crime, they hardly call the police. They'll just get the vigilante to get the person. You know, in Benin now, they hardly even call the police at all. If you know anybody in Benin, go and ask them what police is there. Ask him. They hardly call the police. Yeah.
You know, having such vigilante group also is a problem when it comes to security because it's a breeding ground for this tyranny, this banditry that you see happening. They've been trained. They understood what it takes to wreak havoc in the community. So when you have a security outfit without a prosecutorial power, how does that help? To me, it's just people in authority are playing with, they're playing around. Amotekun is powerless. Amotekun is powerless. And if you look at what
do you mean Amotekun is powerless?
They were 1 second. I want to quickly say so. We were on this platform. Babajali Koko was here when we were debating the laws that were put through different state house of assembly for approval. Were we not debating the issue of state policing? That even some state houses of assembly were refusing to pass the state police. So that is not where we are today. The law to create state police does not have the backing across the country. Let's assume that is the position.
Sorry.
Do you know that in Nigeria police?
Hold on. What is the reluctancy? Why are they reluctant to want to have their own policing in the state? So that be in charge.
Hold on, Akim. I think it's really. I think the states can form whatever security outlets that they deem necessary for their states, but the right to bear arms is an exclusive preserve of the federal space, and they have to license them to be able to bear arms. So that's really where it is. You know, if they can't bear arms, they can't be effective, and they have to be licensed federally to bear arms.
Yeah,
so
but I mean,
are you suggesting that they have to amend the Constitution? Do they have to amend the Constitution so they can be able to carry on?
Course, they have to
amend the Constitution. Yes. Yeah, we can hear you, Mike. Yeah.
I'm really scared of that because we cannot allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to possess a nation because it actually spiral out of hand, and that will create another mess in the whole country.
You mean state policing?
State policing, even in the UK, yeah, they have some policemen that just police in the neighborhood. They don't have any access to
community police.
Community police. Yeah, I think if they should allow them to carry ammunition, that will spiral out of control, and that will create
No,
another.
but they don't have a tradition of arms carrying in the UK.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So what one man, the problem is, yeah, I think the police, the current police as it is now, even if they don't want to create state policing because maybe some state are against it or whatever, what I think they should do, one man, is they should reorganize this very police to the point whereby this stupidness whereby you transfer somebody who is from Zamfara to go and police in Imo, where he doesn't have families, he doesn't speak the language, he doesn't understand the territory, he doesn't know nothing about that place. You just for the sake of you are transferring somebody, it doesn't make sense. Recruit your police officers locally. Let them live with the people. Let them do everything with the people. They understand the terrain. Let them go to work in the morning and go home at night.
You
Let
know,
them go
you
to
know, you know, Akim, that argument about keeping people in their local area, to some extent, and I give you an example. Here in Texas, once you are recruited into the trooper Department of State Security, Safety, and as a trooper, you would not go through your training at the locality where you are recruited. You will have to go to a different city that you don't even know the terrain, and you go through that training. And also depends. Sometimes they might keep you where you got trained, but they want you to get familiar. But it's being run like a local set, because Texas and Nigeria is almost the same size. It's a big state, all right. But they want you to get familiar with the locals, immerse yourself, integrate yourself, so that you understand the terrain that you operate in. So that argument about you transferring people, from Sanfora, is because we don't have that culture that make them part of where they are residing.
Yeah, but it just makes more sense to recruit locally, isn't it? And
It does make sense. It saves money, it saves time, it does.
And also if you have the policing, if you have it recruited locally, you will get more out of them because they have more affinity with those people. When they retire, they're retiring into that community. That community knows them to their doorstep and everything. Imagine somebody from, and that's been the instance all the way through. Imagine somebody from Kebbi State. You ask him to go and be the police commissioner in Abia State. One, he doesn't like the people and he doesn't trust them. The people don't like him and they don't trust him. He just wants to survive that mission and get back to Kebbi State, and he wants to harvest as much money out of them so that he can build his own little property in Kebbi State.
One man. You see.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go on.
The reason they started doing this, transferring people all over, is the same reason they create those unity school thing. They just want to do this Nigeria unity thing. Yeah, after the Civil War, they just decided, okay, we have to start mixing people. And to me, it's a bad idea, honestly. And I don't blame anybody, but all these Ojuk and all these stupid idiots that started this whole, division thing.
But Mike, it's not really a bad idea. It's the same.
I know, because naturally, you mean the idea of
very bad idea.
Trying to force unity country, force unite country, force unite tribes. I'm not saying totally a bad idea.
It doesn't make any sense. Look, if you want to police people, you use the people from the locality to police them. Look, just look at it this way. You see these people when they are policing. If something happens, what they first of all think about is, oh, that person could be my brother, that person could be my mother, that person could be my sister. But when a full animal come to Benin, and something happened to a Benin person, or maybe if a full animal come to Oshun, something happened to an Oshun person, he doesn't see any similarity with himself. He just does the work the way he wants to do it and get the hell out of there. But if he
Akim, you even see it in the diaspora. The way they police in the diaspora, they police the indigenes differently from how they police people that they consider. Yes, God bless you. An instance, if they find like a white little boy shoplifting, they will take him home and bound him over to his parents for a good telling off if he doesn't have a record. If they pick up a black boy, they would go and document him and give him a criminal record. So, and they have the power to do both, but they police it differently because they feel more of a sense of affinity with that white little boy who could be their son. It was their nephew that they were playing with before they came to work. So,
exactly.
Was it now what Nigerian government is trying to avoid, where a Fulani man might be living in Anambra and then the police will be discriminating against him, be treating him different from the way they would treat their local?
It is when you see if someone commits a crime now and then you that is being posted to somewhere, what is in your mind is that, listen, it's their problem. They are one. It's them. Let them.
No, we get that part. We get the argument that, hey, the guy doesn't know the area. But we are saying that
I just want to do this job and go back to my family in Zamfara or in Kaduna. That's all I want to do here. I don't want.
Yeah, but you're not looking on the other side as well, where there are some tribes that are very tribalistic. They just don't like other people from that tribe. So now, if all the police in that territory are from that same tribe and they already have animosity towards people from other tribes. Hold on. Somebody from that. Let me land now. I'm not disagreeing with your point. I'm just showing you the other side as well. Now, somebody from that other tribe goes there to do business, or maybe whatever took him there, and the police there are all locals, and naturally they don't like people from that place. The police will maybe discriminating against him or be treating him bad, just like one man gave example. In a racist society. In a racist society.
Akim, let him learn, and then after him, I want to hear from Larry, who has not said anything.
Because we see the same thing was happening in the United States, whereby the police the department were all whites at one point, and the way they were treating the blacks, some of them are raised to be racist, and the way they were treating blacks. So the government had to start diversifying the departments, where they will make sure they put blacks in those departments, so that way they can, kind of see what's going on and things like that. So that's the other side you have to also look at. Maybe that's what Nigerian government.
Mike, when I say local, I don't mean indigenous. I mean local. You could be an Emeka and you live in Osun State for 10 years, 15 years. Nothing stop you from applying to be part of the local security force. Nothing stop you from doing that. You don't have to be an indigene. You just have to live among the people. You understand the people. You understand the territory. That's all.
Oh yeah, let's say from Larry.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Let's see if Larry is actually with us. Larry, are you there? Larry, come in.
Yeah, I'm actually here. Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Good to have you here. What are you making of the conversation so far?
Yeah, I think as far as I'm concerned, I think Nigeria, the leaders in Nigeria are not just serious. They have what they need, because I've heard people talking about community policing and every other thing. I keep asking one question: why not decentralize civil defense? Why do we have to have civil defense and police at the national level, centrally? Civil defense has the power to prosecute. They have the weapons. Why not decentralize it? Because when you say something is civil defense, they are supposed to be the closest to the people, right? Why not decentralize it? And sometimes, right, if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, you look at a single celebrity in Nigeria is going out. A single celebrity has like three military people following him, two police following him, and you ask yourself, are these people even serious? And you tell me that there's a problem in Nigeria. Almost every celebrity, almost every rich person in Nigeria has at least two or three uniform personnel following them. And, and they keep telling you, oh, this and that. And the problem of security in Nigeria, it's not like they don't have what they need. I think it's more of sabotage within the system. That's just
do you think it's a northern agenda to keep the because if you have state police, do you think the North are afraid that if the South have arms, then they lose the leverage they have over the South?
No, I don't think so.
On that point also, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
Sincerely, I don't think so. You see, the problem, right? You see, it's just, take for instance now, a simple intelligence, right? If DSS has this intelligence, presently, right, are they ready to even share it with everybody, or they want to keep it to themselves? That's the major problem of Nigeria. Before an incident happened, there would definitely be some intelligence. And who is sharing the intelligence? What is the NSA doing? So how is the intelligence being shared? Because issues don't just happen. It's now that you see that, even people will tell you they knew something was going to happen. So what's happening to the intelligence? Everybody's not working together. Everybody's more focused on money. There is no love for the country. There is more love for the tribe than the country. And everybody is kind of like doing whatever they like. As far as I'm concerned, if they really want to focus on security, they have all what it takes to really focus on it. They just need to stand up and do the right thing. Every time you have a new IG will bring out circular. Oh, I'm going to take all the security of all these guys that have one or two security people with them. It's just talk. They are not ready. So as far as me I'm concerned, if they really want to do the right thing, they should leave money. Okay, an average Navy guy, right, wants to go to Niger Delta. Because of what? Because that's where the money is. People don't even follow the job. They follow the money. If you post somebody in civil defense today, because they said they have this power to secure pipeline, everybody wants to go to Niger Delta because that's where the money is. Everybody wants to steal. They want to steal crude. That's the major thing. Nobody's really focusing on doing the job. Even if you ask all of them, okay, take for instance now, this one is even good, right? Look at the rubbish intelligence that they did with Kaduna. If the intelligence is right, everybody has to be aware that military wanted to bomb those guys in Kaduna. They just went on to do their thing on their own. They made mistakes, and hells were not rolling. The same thing happened. The people there, the military came out. They said they had distress call, almost 30-something distress call. They said the terrain was difficult. What are we saying? This is so obvious. It's so obvious. They are not working together. The NSA that is supposed to be coordinating with the DSS to coordinate intelligence, the intelligence is not even flowing. Everybody wants to take glory for their work. Air Force wants to take glory. Navy wants to take glory. Army wants to take glory. And at the detriment of every other person. So as far as I'm concerned, I have not really seen, that leadership that is ready to make those guys do the right thing. It's the same thing. There is a problem. National Assembly will say, oh, we'll summon all the security guy, we'll summon NSA, we'll summon. What is going to happen?
Larry, I have a question for you. Do you think the military are trained and equipped enough to handle domestic security?
They are trained. They have, I can tell you boldly.
For domestic training, for domestic security?
Yes. Nigerian Army
to what extent?
See, if you go in depth, right, they have everything they need. In terms of intelligence, if you get close to Nigerian military, if they really want to do the right thing, see, one thing is for you to have that thing that can actually let you do the right thing. Another thing is, are you really ready to do the right thing? Every time, right, you see people coming, they have this bilateral agreement with Israel. They have bilateral agreement with US. They have bilateral agreement with almost everybody. And these guys come in, train them. Some of these guys, even if you go and check, what's it called? Those war college or something in the US. I know they have this exchange program. Almost every year, they send people to this place. So they have everything as far as I'm concerned. It's not like they don't have it. The problem we have is just that the guys, if you have opportunity to interview those guys that are really doing the job.
Sorry, Larry. Yes, just on that space. this is a call out to both the people on the panel and anybody and everybody listening as well. I'm looking for a serving military guy as to be a guest. So I'm doing my own private research. But if you know a serving military guy that is in the front line of activities in Nigeria and is willing to come and have conversations with us, please contact me via Instagram. Carry on, Larry.
So if you ask the guys, okay, take for instance now, do you remember that for them to get this December salary, it was the Minister of State that had to come in? I don't know if you read this former governor of Zamfara that said he was the one that actually helped them, ensure that their salary was paid. So if you really want to really do this thing, go and feel those guys, right? Because they won't talk, but they are facing a lot. The military in Nigeria is overstretched. Those guys are doing everything, ensuring that they get these things done. But the major thing is, what about those guys at the top? Are they really doing the right thing?
Hello, Larry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I want to tell you that it is not, the military are not trained for day-to-day security of your locality. They are trained to restore peace and tranquility in a certain area. You don't get to see the military patrolling your streets on a daily basis. All you see most are the police. Police are the ones that are equipped and trained to have interaction with people. But when there's a breakdown of law and order, that's when you call the military to restore peace and tranquility. So they are not trained enough. Policing is not about.
Hold on. I think they are.
The thing is this. You see, what you said is supposed
do you see police in your? Do you see military in your street every day?
Sorry, Larry. The army are there to defend the territorial integrity of a nation. That's their remit. And if there's an incident of insurgency, which is what we're experiencing, that goes beyond the remit and capacity of the police. That's an army issue. That's a military issue.
But it's temporary. It's for a main time, not continuously. Like policing that have interaction with the people. Policing is not just about carrying arms and ammunition. It's about interacting. It's about knowing places. It's about going around in the streets without people being threatened by the sight of seeing police in the street. But when you have a military having a marching order in the street with the weapon in their hand, that is a sign of war, a sign of anarchy, right?
Yeah. But you only find them you don't find them on the streets of Ibadan doing that. You don't find them in Akeredolu doing that. You find them in theaters of activities.
That is why I said they are only invited when there's a breakdown of law and order, right? But the police are the ones doing the security the most, talking to you, coming knocking at your door, asking questions. Now, when you have the military, that is what we relied upon now to secure our street, to secure, even defend the entire country. That is their primary function. But they are also invited to come to our street, fishing out criminals. Where are they trained?
No, they are not on the streets fishing out. Where is the police in Lagos? The army in Lagos fishing out criminals?
But it speaks to over-dependence on the military. When the chiefs...
There is no over-dependence now. In theaters of activities, that's where you find them. You find them in Borno, because what is going on there is beyond the capacity of policing.
But the one that happened in Plateau is not Borno, right? But yet they are being invited. The first chiefs are being invited.
What happened in Borno? Is that a policing matter or is that a matter of insurgency?
Insurgency, but it's a policing matter.
It's a policing matter.
Yes, because I don't expect the military to be.
You must be joking.
The militia.
No. Hold on.
Diwali, come on, I believe Diwali, even in the United States, when it becomes insurgency, they invite the National Guard, which is the army.
It could happen. No. It doesn't get to that point.
They do it in America. Whenever we're having serious riots, the governor will invite the National Guard.
That is something that has been probably expected. But when you have a situation that is not being expected, it happens suddenly. You don't expect the military to have information about that. Even if they do, it's still the job of the police to provide such information. That's what I'm saying.
No, they have to have information about that because it's not it's an ongoing situation.
One man, you are in the UK. How many times do you see military in your street, on your street? How many times?
We are looping around the same. We are saying we are looping around the same. It's not the military are not on the streets of the everyday street in Nigeria. They are on the streets of in spaces that are theaters of activities, which is the expectation that they would be, because those activities, they are beyond the remit of the police.
Woman, don't mind him. Even in the United States, whenever we're having serious riots, they will invite the army, the National Guard. They really want to take care because it's beyond the American police. When it becomes crowd, all those kind of things where the population, they invite the army.
The travesty that happens in a war, was military there? Was no state a theater of war?
Yeah, but if it become ongoing activity where maybe insurgency there, they will invite the army there too. It's the same thing in America here now. Whenever we're having some kind of insurgency thing, they use SWAT. SWAT is someone like the army.
There was no military personnel in the security where that attack happened in Plateau. There was no military personnel on ground there, right? But they have police.
But we are saying something different.
There was a deployment to Plateau. There was a standby deployment. I think
that was after the attack, right?
No. This thing in Plateau is not just today, right? Plateau has always been, particularly places in Plateau. If you go to places like Barikin Ladi, Mangu, Panchi, Kanke, so those are places that there has always been. Because I remember, when I was in Nigeria, that was in 2010. Something similar happened, right, in that area. So it's been on and off, right? It's been on and off between Plateau and Benue. Right, and I think there's been deployments, military deployment. I think it's operation. I can't remember that operation. It's operation something. They are basically here because I know. Was it not last 2 months that the chief of army staff was actually there? Was doing this kind of press up and all those things. So they have standby base in that area.
And you know that the police, they're not trained to use heavy weapons. You know that, right? Like rocket launcher, RPGs. 50 caliber machine guns. They're not trained for that. Police, the largest weapon they are trained to use is probably maybe a rifle. They don't do that. So if you have a situation of insurgency where the enemies are carrying heavy weapon like RPG, you think it's the police they will now use to solve that? It's got to be the army now, because the army, they are the one trained with those such weapons.
Mike. National Guard is not really. Hold on, Mike. National Guard is not really a U.S. Army. Sure, you know that.
No. Let's not that space. Let's not, because
I know. Mike will laugh, but
National Guard is U.S. Army, man. You don't live in America.
Hold on. Hold on.
I don't want us to debate the conversation, but make that point and then.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Just move on.
I know Mike will say I don't know what I'm talking about. Go look the hierarchy of military. This thing. Check on Google. You see there. You see the army. You see the National Guard under. National Guard is straight between the police and army. Which is like paramilitary.
No, this guy don't know what he's talking about, man. The Nigerian army. No, sorry.
Hold on. Let me finish. No. Hold on. Mike, you just talk.
We're not really discussing the military structures of America.
I'm not talking the military structure. Listen.
He just wants to create argument that doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, hold on. In every country, there's always a in-between force between the police and the military. You don't take people, they don't recruit people from the military to come be between that force from police. That's why MOPO was created before in Nigeria, mobile police, before they now spread it. It was supposed to be serving between. Hold on now, please let me land. Don't let them. Hold on, sorry. Hold on now. Let me see who can move on. Now, NDS, this is NDDC, what they call this force they created in Nigeria, supposed to represent that rule for Nigeria between the police and the military. The military is supposed to just come in, restore peace and order, and go back. Any military that stayed in, any particular place more than 6 months, that place is compromised. That's why you don't allow a military to be out of camp more than 3 to 6 months. Their barracks is the law. But you can move on.
Okay, let me just correct. Let me help you. When they say National Guard, It's basically the army that are stationed at home at the moment in the states, within the states. That's what they call their national guard. Is a U.S. Army. Like, thank you. No, not even reserve. Just the U.S. Army. They are state. Got to usually travel all over the world. The ones that are currently at home, right, based station in that state, they are the one they call to come and do those things. So it's the army. It's the United States Army. There's
Mike,
no
I didn't want to respond. I didn't
national
want to
guard.
respond to you, but I must force to respond to you. Not only you,
You
that
see, that's why they
no,
want
no,
to
no,
open up a
no,
house
no, no. I
in
have a, I
Ibadan.
have a cousin. I have a cousin. I have a
Just go and Google
cousin
it,
that's
man. Don't
E9
start
in the
making
military.
argument
Hold
as
on now, hold
unnecessary.
on.
Oh man, let's move
I'm
on.
not making argument. I'm not making argument. Every
If you
kind of
if you look on the screen, war piece, I think the Americans are saying that the National Guard is a military branch. So that's what the
yes,
Americans
is a
are saying.
military branch, but not the U.S. military, based in
All
Virginia,
right.
No, it's the
California.
Chinese military.
It is rational might. It is purely military. It is purely military.
All right, Prince Daddy, you wanted to come in.
Yeah. So I guess the question is Nigeria a failed state? Because it still baffles me that this so-called Boko Haram or this terrorists, they have all this intelligence, this weaponry, and they have, I mean, they can infiltrate, kill, innocent people that have no recourse, you know, and the military is unable to decimate these people. I mean, we've talked about it in the past. The reason why they're not doing it is all for selfish monetary reasons. But I mean, at what point in time do we declare Nigeria as a failed state? I mean, that's the height of it. It's sad. I mean, it's sad for these people to just go into these villages or these rural areas and just kill people and all we can do is Oshomole and the others call for, call them to come to the Senate and talk about it, and just like someone was saying earlier, and what comes after it, because it's like the same old story going around in a circle, and nothing really happens. Um, we get what is it, thousands of people in the IDP camp, displaced people in the country. I mean. At what point in time do we get serious about what is really going on? I mean, what can we do as a people to really get the attention of the government, of the military? Somebody got to do something. And because in Nigeria, I mean, and just like anything else around the world, if people are not held accountable, if there's no pressure on people to do something, especially leadership, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. We can be, people in the southern part of the country like say, hey, we're safe, for the most part, we're safe. But that's not a way to live in one country. Yeah, we're safe in the south, relatively, but overall, as a country, a lot of people are dying, and it's uncalled for. I said, well, I think the other day, Kulata was it yesterday? Kulata was saying that maybe Tinubu's compromise, having joined hands with Buhari to form the APC, but which I don't agree on that point, because either way, this terrorist organization, they have this leverage over the Nigerian state. If anything, unless you say that if it had been Peter Obi or somebody else, Atiku, then the insurgency or these terrorist people would not do the same thing. I don't think so. I don't think because of APC and Tinubu and Buhari in conjunction, that's why it's compromised. No, not at all. And to the point earlier about the Nigerian army is well trained, and all these people, they go to the U.S. War College, and so what? These people, they go to the War College for promotions and for positions, not because they're coming back to train or get the military personnel locally well trained and ready for combat. That's not the case. It's all for selfish reasons, good reasons. I mean, for personal development, but to help the country, no. We say the military is not well funded. Well, I think they have a lot of money. They do have a lot of money, enough to be able to fight these terrorists. But they're not doing the job because why? Just like any other institution in Nigeria, they siphon the money The money stays at the top, and the leaders and the people in charge, they steal the money. When do we declare Nigeria a failed state? At what point in time do we do that?
If I might say something real quick, I think we're most of the time we're just looking at the military part of it, like you can carry weapon and all of that. What about the intelligence? Like,
Yeah.
so for example, because I still disagree with the fact that the government has to do everything. I think that so we have the vigilantes, for example. We do have that, and they're still under the government. Like the government still have a structure that everyone has to report to them in a way. How come if they're functioning properly, they would have known if every community, especially the last 2 or 3 activities that happened that has to do with those guys infiltrating into those community, they would have known that there's a problem. They would have heard. They would have been an intelligent that something is about to happen. Because from what I heard from one of the TV stations was the fact that they've known for weeks that those people said they're going to attack. So where's the intelligence? Is there like there's a compromise at the top where they pass the information to them? Because that would be the job of most especially like the vigilantes, for example, because they're more like the community-based security. They work with people, they live in that community. I think so. If they do, they would have heard about this information that something is about to happen, and they will have the right people that can face them
Yeah,
right
but
there.
realize those people are what you call non-people or non-persons. They
Okay.
don't care about them.
So you know the thing, what I see in all those things, I think, like I said earlier, right, it's still the intelligence. And that's where I need the NSA to do its job. Because look at a situation where, if we have this kind of situation where there's a single pot of intelligence, right, that everybody actually get the same intelligence from, that's going to help everybody. But that's not what is happening in Nigeria.
I'm sorry. Who's
How do
speaking?
you know this?
I didn't catch
How
your
do you
name.
know
Who's
this?
speaking?
Okay, this is Larry.
How do you
Oh
know
yeah, that's
that
right,
it's not
Larry.
working? Because
Larry, how do
Because
you
I'm
how do you
saying it's
define
not working because
intelligence?
I've been part of that before, right?
How
I've
do you
been part of
define
that.
intelligence? And to
Okay.
tell you also, just like you know, that
Okay.
intelligence is expensive. Also, it costs, it needs funding. So how do you define intelligence?
Okay. Now, this is what I'm saying. What DSS collects, right? Because when it comes to major organization that is more into intelligence gathering is the DSS. And once the DSS collects it, they push it to the NSS office. Everybody picks from that.
where
And
is
then-
DSS collecting information from? I think you're missing a lot of people. Like we're missing the point. The thing is this: in my neighborhood, for example, if I see something wrong, there's a number for me to call. So is it? I can call the police to let them know, and the police will make sure the information get to everybody in the team or everybody. If it has to be transferred to the military, they can do that as well. So why are we depending on
Okay, so
DSS?
let me
Oriola, I want
Yes.
to ask: is there anybody working for the intelligence security operatives or agency in this group in this studio?
What does that have to do with anything?
You don't have to. You don't have to say yes or no. Just signify. Just let me know.
I don't think it has to do with anything because we're trying to find solution to something.
I'm
And I
asking.
think I don't
There's
think
nothing wrong in asking.
Adewale, tell us if you
Babajaleku.
Tell us you have it and you share your experience or your how do I describe it? Your knowledge and your know-how in that area. Share it with us.
Did I tell you I'm a police officer? Or did I tell you I'm an intelligence officer?
You work with the federal and we don't know the kind of work.
This is about I'm asking anybody working for the intelligence agency in this group, and nobody's like, ma'am. People have been talking about security all
So
day
there's
long.
a correctional officer now. You want to Come and tell us that.
You know the funniest thing about Jale Coco. I'm not. I'm not an intelligent officer. I'm not an intelligent person. Intelligence officer. I'm not a But you see, in 2001, right? That was when Homeland Security was created. That was a breakdown of information, collection of information among the states and the federal. So what they did was to build this database that will, every crime committed in any locality across the country in the United States, they will have a database of every interested personnel or criminals. So at state level, let me put it this way, at state level, they duplicated everything you see happening at the federal level. I'm talking about the Homeland Security. So the same way you have a counter-terrorism, counter-insurgency, anything you see at the federal level, they also have that at the state level. That is why if you look at your state, for those who, lives in the United States, we have the Department of Safety or Department of, if it's not called Department of Safety, they'll call it Department of Security or whatever in your state. The same way you have those federal officers having people on the payroll, and I give you this without saying much, on the payroll, you as a Nigerian that live in America, you go to parties, you go to places. Among those people that you interact with on a daily basis, some of them are also information collectors for the state and the federal government. Guess what they do? They pass it across because they're on their payroll. Now, they mix with people. Now, that is how they source information. But there's a way they cross-check information so that the information will not be misled, because in some instances, that information might be led to arrest, right? So when you have your handlers, let's say you are the source of information for the government. Once you have your handler, even your handler would not trust what you are submitting, the information you are divulging. So you also have somebody that will corroborate or event or things, data that will corroborate what you just pass around. So at the end of the day, they will now have a group of people that are more of an analyst that will gather those information and pass it across to the agency that's supposed to be in charge. Right? That is
you don't think Nigerian security has informants?
No. That is for a country that knows what they are doing. But we have a culture that it does not enable all these things.
Do you know they have the same thing in Nigeria? That's exactly
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Guys, let's not forget something as well.
That was what I was saying to NSS office, right? Because everything you said is actually domiciled under the NSS office. So why I said DSS? Well, because DSS was supposed to coordinate that. Everybody gets it. DSS coordinates with the NSS office. So if everybody is feeding from that same pot and everybody is on the same page, I'm telling you, it's going to be easy. But that's not what is happening in Nigeria. They have it as an infrastructure, but they are not really using it the way they are supposed to use it.
Let's also not forget
there's one thing to gather information, right? You can have information overload. You can have metadata. You can have all this stuff. But you have to execute. You have to do something about the information that you gather, right? And that's when resources and funding comes in.
Exactly.
To gather information, it has to be highly localized. Okay, Amateco, for example, can be an information gathering outfit. They gather information and they pass it on to, I don't know, the police or the DSS for the people that are able to do something about it. Isn't that the way it should work?
I was gonna say, let me say this, Ricky. I was gonna say, like, security is not cheap at all. Like in the US, all these places that we all talk, Prince, that is how much tax we are paying that's going into this.
Exactly.
Some of these communities in Nigeria, those people they don't make enough money where they can even be paying, paying enough tax where government can really give them fund that kind of high security that we are discussing here. To be honest,
the intelligence itself is more expensive than the weaponry. To secure.
That thing is not cheap, man. It's very expensive. Man. Maybe government just needs to start doing community tax. Security tax, taxing all these communities so you can raise money to really fund all that stuff, man, because it's not cheap. Like people think it's just some cheap stuff. Like security is not cheap at all. It's expensive.
I just still hope they get to that point. And I know Tinubu tried it, right? Take for instance now when he appointed those service chiefs, he intentionally has appointed them basically people from the same course, right? So that there won't be this break of anything, right? I think if they just work together, if everybody is not trying to take the glory, I did it, I think it's going to be better if they really want to improve it. You see instances where military made a mistake, right? Bomb somewhere. Air Force came out and said we didn't do it, right? And Army acts like, yeah, we did it. It was a mistake. So, but I think if they all decide to work together, fine. The leaders can work together, but what about the guys that are on the field? Are they ready to really work together? That's another thing that
Working together. What you're talking about, I think, Larry, right? It's the what do you call it? Intelligence analysis. Okay. I mean, getting that information, someone was trying to explain earlier, from the grassroots and being able to pass it on and collaborate those information. I think Akeredolu was saying it. Collaborate that this person's information they're passing on, it's legit. And it's a lot. Just like Mike said, it's a lot of work and a lot of money involved, really. So as much as possible that we can really find a way to localize our security in that country, the better for us. Because even when we do, I'm not talking about a jungle justice, right? But even when we do, what is the reaction time for the police to do anything about it? Is it the one you report something to the police that you have to pay the police to go to the site and all this? See, and I don't blame them. Of course, I'm not blaming the police. They need money. They need funding. They need better facilities.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy. If you ask any intelligent analyst, about the job, they will tell you most of their addicts are the security chiefs or the security personnel, because when it comes to the viability of that analysis, they will tell you, well, we are the one on the ground, but the analyst will tell you, look, these are the tendency for criminality. Event happens and rehappens again. If a crime happens here today, let's say, for example, a crowded crime or more of an there's a tendency, there's a probability that event will record again, especially what actually led to that. So when you have the security operative of security personnel arguing with the analysts, because analysts gather intelligence from different sources, even the ones
right, and they look for pattern. They look for pattern. Yeah,
exactly. Look for that pattern. They look for the trend and all those things, and then they'll say, look, I think we should patrol this area more. I think we should send personnel more to this area. But you have the chief that say, well, I only have 10 personnel called in today. Then it becomes a tug of war. Okay, what should we do? Should we put, and all these things is all about people having interest in their area, people having that affinity about, okay, we want to make sure that the environment is secure. But when you have a culture that doesn't enable that, it doesn't matter if you bring somebody with a very good intelligence or wherewithal. If we amount to nothing, because in Nigeria it's just about, it's just it doesn't concern me, it's none of my business and all that. But unfortunately, that is what it has become. But when you have people that knows that they got something to lose if they do not put, a pillar to the metal and do their job well, that their own people will also suffer the same casualty that others are suffering out there. They will take their job seriously. And unfortunately, in Nigerians, we don't. And until we bring that security to everyone's doorstep, I said, look, this is about, if you see something, say something. I don't think anyone, apart from urban area in Nigeria, let's say Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, I don't think somebody in my town knows the number to call to reach a police officer. I doubt that.
You see,
yeah, I agree with you.
You see, the problem we have here is that intelligence gathering requires heavy funding.
One more, check your WhatsApp.
Heavy funding
Yeah, sorry, my connection dropped. Carry on.
Heavy funding and a lot of personnel on the ground. And we lack that. We don't fund our intelligent gathering well. We don't have enough personnel on the ground. How can you get your intelligence right? There's no way you can get it right. There is no way. Those two key points must be taken care of for us to get our intelligence right. Because that is the foundation of intelligent gathering. When you don't have the foundation in place right, how can you build on it? That is the first step of intelligent gathering. Funding.
Yeah, on that point, Jericho, yeah, true. But quickly also, yeah, if you have what you call it, informants on the ground, and they're scarce or partially spread out, it's very easy for them to be compromised, because even the FBI in America, they get compromised, okay, because money is involved.
Then number two is, even when you talk about the people that are going to be on the, people that are going to be in the field to carry out the action with regard to fighting this criminality, we don't even have enough personnel on the ground, and we are not even funding it well. So when you lack those two things, you don't do it right, you can't get anything right. That is the problem with us as country. And we see the little personnel that we even have to fight this insecurity. 50% or 70% of them are responsible for protection of politicians across the country.
Exactly.
And you have a large country, very big country, and most of it very even open, borderless country that criminals from neighboring country easily moving. The problem of that country, man. The people that are managing that country, they are the real problem for that country. They are not managing it well. They are not tackling the problem well. Everything that they have tackled is all about just emergency approach. Let us act. Let us deceive people that we are acting. That we are taking action. And at the end of the day, the action taken will not solve the problem. It's just like, how do they call it? Palliative. A palliative measure to every problem in the country. It is sad that we found ourselves in this situation. And when you have a situation like this that persists for a long period of time, what we are going to have is that we will lack the capacity to even solve the problem. And that is what is showing to me. It looks like we lack the capacity to solve, to tackle this problem that is...
I'm not sure that we can say that we lack the capacity. We have a very well-trained security structure, and we have a sufficient enough of a budget, and we have a defined geographical space. I'm not sure that we lack the capacity. I think it's coordination and political will.
One man. All the three things you mentioned, one man, are the things that we're lacking.
One man. One man.
You don't think we have? You don't think we have the personnel to handle a bunch of ragtag?
Obviously we don't. Obviously we don't.
We do. What we do is the thing.
I like the way you analyze it. You see the first point you mentioned. Training, we lack it.
We lack training?
Yes, we don't train our personnel well. You can look at it from the way Nigerian police are trained. Is the worst in the world.
So okay, you say we lack proper or the right training, not adequate necessarily.
Yeah. They lack proper training. Even in the military now, because everything has been corrupted. They have, corruption has eaten deep into what they used to do good before, and now, high level of that corruption, they are not doing it properly. Yes, sir.
You remember those two policemen that were dismissed? That were, demanding bribe from that. Was it German? So, what kind of training what kind of information that one will pass around? What kind of information that one want to pass around? What kind of personnel will recruit into the Nigerian police?
I think the problem is that
our one man here, they are your people.
Yeah, but those ones are just cannon fodder now. They are cannon fodders. They're not really. They are constabularies.
There are plenty in the force. There are plenty in the force. Just multiply that number times 100. You find half of them are like that. How many commission officers do we have in the police?
But let's tell ourselves one truth. Now, what about the welfare of those policing themselves? So, are we really, as a country, really taking care of our policemen? Because
totally agree with you. That's the funding we're talking about.
Yeah,
that's what we funded.
It's easy for you to say, oh, probably this person, right? Because for me, if you ask me, they said they sacked them. I said, why are you sacking them? All you need to do, you can demote them. You can, get them more trained. You don't even need to sack them. Because if you look at it, right, an average policeman, you are not even kitting a policeman in Nigeria. It's not like you're the one kitting them.
They deserve to be sacked to serve as the talent order. We all know that Nigerian police officers at every junction, what do they call it? Point. What do they call that? Police point.
Mm-hmm.
Police post, rather.
Mm-hmm.
They are all about taking bribe.
I understand, right?
Are you telling me that they are trained to take bribe?
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But
and
for me, right?
And everything. Let me tell you.
Okay.
They are publicly fired a lot of officers, but still, these people never learn.
Yeah. Do you know why? Why would they learn? That's it. You see, we need to, if we don't identify this root cause. Now, go and look at police barrack in Ikeja. How does it look like? See. Let us help her, because these are people. Now I'm a policeman, right? Even my own kits. It's not like the government is giving me my kits. I have to buy, right? This is just kits. Not to talk of what I'm entitled to. So if you want me to carry that rifle, you want me to do the work diligently with my mind, with my everything. So what exactly is happening? Because you can say, yeah, sack all of them, but let us tell ourselves one truth. How much do you pay? How much do you pay these guys? Even their family, go and check them. If you're a policeman today, if anything happened to you, probably you are living in the barrack. If anything happened to you, 1 week after, they send your wife away.
Sorry. It's still the Nigerian.
Hold on. I want to bring Sally into the conversation. She's not yet documented her voice. Sally B. Is that red wine again? Yeah. I was about to say, is that red wine again? Isn't it?
It's a festive period now, so.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone is just trying to be as happy as possible.
Has it been somewhat of a sluggish Christmas this year?
Yeah,
It's not had the pomp and pageantry that are usually accompanied.
no. It's really quiet. It's more like little family stuff and all that. But
yes,
really, there's nothing to write home about.
all the turkey I'm not. My turkey is intimidating me. It's so huge. It's almost the size of a goat, and it's in that fridge. And I'm thinking, so what? It probably end up in the bin, of course.
No, you still do it then. You boil it, put pepper, put everything. I don't do my turkey like they do it here. I boil mine, put pepper, onions, everything, and then I stuff it with jollof rice. And then
Yeah, but that's not Christmas turkey then. That's just
no,
stew.
but who has Christmas? I mean, so this is the thing, Christmas the way it is, even back home. Like this Christmas, I did onunu, which is a rivers dish, and it's ripe plantain and dark plantain, or ripe plantain and yam. You pound it together with salt. You can spice it, maybe even add sugar, and then you have the pepper soup, the goat pepper soup. That's what
plantain and rice.
Goat is what we have, because we always have fish. So goat is what we have for Christmas. So
Hold on, Sally B. You said plantain and rice. We pound it together.
No, you pound plantain, the ripe one. The ripe plantain. And you pound it with yam, and then you add palm oil, add salt. You can add sugar if it's not sweet enough. You want to make it really sweet, like children like.
Are you making sacrifice?
Yeah, I was just thinking you should send the food agency to the creeks to go and inspect what they eat there. Plantain and rice.
But that's what all the kings who were the kings and lords of the colonialism or whatever. That's what they eat. They never used to allow everyone to eat that, but now everybody eats it anyway. But that's my traditional food anyway, so we always ate that. We only sold it to the people who are more riverine that can't do plantain, bananas, So we are farmers. So we actually export all those things to the remote riverine areas and the ocean or wherever. We get there and sell, and then we buy some other stuff. That was the trade back in my grandma's days. So, what is the issue now?
We were talking about Plateau State, the goings on there, and how it can be resolved. And we were thinking, is this now one incident too many? A lot of speculation that this is really to test the Tinubu presidency, and we're speculating as to what sort of response. And a lot of people feel that he's been too lackadaisical, somewhat having parties with governors in Lagos just on the almost on the very day that the incident happened, and it's just so we're just trying to because it's the biggest single incident so far, and these people are getting increasingly emboldened because the nation, the country doesn't seem to be either willing or able to do anything about it.
Well, that has become the social paradigm, because what's going on in Nigeria is like a canvas of, how the world is getting very uncaring. But we are not even seeing it that way. We have actually created a paradigm to always Your Excellency, all this kind of nonsense, to be quite honest. How do you see these people as excellencies? If that happened in the UK, you live here. Those number of people, even when the IRA was whatever, even what happened at London Bridge, you see that you see how everyone just went low, to try and tackle this problem and try and have some kind of, sensitivity, towards what has happened to either just, maybe just a citizen or two or whatever is taken seriously, and urgent actions will take. The thing with Nigerian government is they're not even proactive. They have no plans about security. So much has been given to them in terms of advice that they have to try and create, some kind of local political, local intelligence, officers. But how far have they gone with that? Nobody's hearing anything. No, since all these attacks that have happened on those states and all over, not one person has been arrested. Even the old man that was arrested, I think later they just allowed the man to go.
Wakili.
Wakili, you know. So we've been through this, and if you're watching this, it's like you're almost like writing a book without even having to reference to anybody, because it's primary. It's what you're actually seeing, and this is what the story that you have to tell, you know. So I mean, you know, our leaders are not leaders. They're just bubbling the people. They're trying to basically. I wouldn't even say they are rulers, because even rulers can do better than this. They're just like some kind of bad parents, you know, who don't care about their children, who don't give a damn what's going on with their children, and who don't even want to have a hand in helping their children out. Because by the way they behave, I mean, this is something that was so sad that happened. People are crying all over the world, you know, and then they're going to have a party. I mean, has it never happened to you when, like, maybe something happened or some relation or something happened and you have a birthday party to attend? Parents have already given you permission to go. And then that day, because of what happened, they now say you stay home. And you'll be like, okay, but you have to stay home. You know, so, you know, just showing that, it shows that, you know, the country is connected. The leaders are connected with the people. Because all they are connected with is themselves as a network of politicians. Who is going to take this? Who is going to take that? As far as I'm concerned. So I just see Nigeria, you know, Nigeria as no Nigerians, and Nigeria as government and people who manage to, you know, make their way up there. And then end of the day, you see the humanitarian lady, she came out to talk, you know, about this and that and that and that. Come on, what happened to the monies? Why can't you come and give, like, oh, you've spoken to your legal team? So who is paying for this legal team? Because it's not cheap. You know, can the average man, you know, afford that? You are given a position for which you should execute such and such and such, you know, whatever, monies and whatever. You cannot even give an account. You're telling us about your legal team. You know, so, you know, the whole thing is just such a very mushy mess, and how we're going to get down to it, as far as I'm concerned, is us. And so we have to get back to the roots and begin to try and see if we can grow anything. Just
do you think Nigerians do you think they demand enough, or do you think they assert themselves enough on their leadership?
They don't. Because look at what happened in Rivers State.
And do you think they've identified? Do you think they've identified that we're docile and they can just ride us wherever?
I think so, because we always come out and start giving. I commend. You commend what? Is that railways you're talking about? Even that railway, the one that jammed the woman in her car, and the same one that was attacked, and all those railways that you're seeing. Is that the railway you're using here? Come on, with different types of rails. We got the metro, what's it called? The overground. We've got the tube. We've got the rail services. We've got these are trains. What are they using? These are just expired. And even that track is just the old track that the colonial masters did. That they're just following, just two branches: the Ibadan one and then the Kaduna one. What else? And maybe the Warri one, and now look at the kind of trains they're using. So we are seeing all this mess, and it's just so irritating. It's just so unsightly, and I'm just surprised that these so-called people who call themselves elites, they are going down as well. That's the average elites. I'm not talking about the ones in politics, And this cannot continue. We have to maintain some efficiency, because I heard when Anjali Koko was saying that. The whole idea, I think what he was trying to say is that we're not efficient, basically. So we might have an idea, but how are we going to get this idea to work? How are we going to form the blocks and have a core value for exactly how we want to trend? What will be our brand? What is our name? Who are we? And we have to go back to this drawing board, because if we continue like this, it's just going to be what they're just kind of like they're not proactive at all in any way, in any sense. All they are just to wear agbada and wear all these things, wear all these clothes. And I think one of the government told his staff that they should not wear agbada until Thursday. He wants them to dress smart. Because if you don't dress smart, everything will be hanging on you now. So you can tell that, this is just like a charade or
hold on. I think we're about to witness a moment in time. Another star about to be born. This is Prince Daddy's daughter, leading as a star player on a basketball team.
Oh wow. P Daddy that is in trouble.
No, Prince Daddy, one of our contributors here, Prince Daddy.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Did you identify her?
We didn't identify her. You should have zoomed in.
I don't know if it's zooming in, but they're not started yet. They just shoot around right now.
All right.
Can you see the court though?
Yeah, we can see the court.
Okay.
Is she any good? Should I make even more friends with you so that we can both share the Ferrari when the money starts to come in?
No,
she's pretty good. I said that because she's the only. I thought it'd be easy to identify her. The only black girl on the court.
She's the only black girl on the court. You look at that, eh?
Wait, I see her. So is
What
that
country
a
is
high
she
school or middle
representing?
school? Is that high school or middle school?
What country?
That's
It's
America.
High school, yeah.
Oh,
First in the
high
state,
school.
yeah.
Like look,
That must
look
be-
at the court. Look at the court for high school. Like, hey, that's good.
Yeah, all right.
All right, brilliant.
All right, sorry, Taylor B. Yeah,
Congratulations
go ahead.
to her.
Sorry.
Good luck.
Well done, Prince Daddy. That's excellent.
Congratulations to her and good luck. For her to
We have a generation of people, children of members of this platform really coming through, because we saw World Peace's daughter playing the piano just to the wow of a Chinese crowd not that long ago, and now Prince Daddy's daughter now the next Shaquille O'Neal celebrates.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. I always, love to see talented children. We all have very talented children, Nigerians. There's nothing we can't do, but we just kind of like disorganized by the system of governance to start with, the so-called restructuring thing. Whether this one it means this to that, or it means that to that. But if you put professionals together, even just take University of Lagos, put them together to write a structure, they will deliver it. So we just keep going on with words. And somebody said a lawyer, like my governor said, he is an accountant, so they just act. But lawyers, they talk. But in the talking, what do we get out and how do we move? Then we have to be technical in how we're going to carry out all these operations successfully. But they like to come to the news. Oh, Dangote has this. You can't give us the figures. You can't even give us the whole, metrics.
You mentioned Dangote, but I think which opens that window to pivot to the conversation. There's actually good news on the horizon for Nigeria. There are about 6 refineries now that are kicking off production just as early as next year. And the government now insisting that they must have a steady supply at least for a minimum of 6 months. So what are you making of that? Federal government give all farms in Nigeria strict orders on Dangote as 6 refineries are set to begin operation. So those days of fuel scarcity finally in the past.
Okay, so until we see it, because how they're going to do this, we don't know. How they're going to get this to, get to the people, we still don't know. So, there are just so many things, until they really get governance to really connect, so we know who is playing what and what. You've already got the president taking up the position as a petroleum minister. Even the former CNN, Central Bank of Nigeria governor, Sanusi, he said this at some conference that, listen, when he had to deal with Deyazani, he dealt with Deyazani, so he made some progress. But when you have the president as the petroleum minister, what for? Why is it only in Nigeria that this has to become a precedent?
But the oil ministry is the pork belly fat of the Nigerian economy. So if the president was to pay personal attention to that or have personal oversight of that,
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Why?
Because there is a limit. There are so many issues that the president would have to deal with. Security being one of the major issues, despite the vice president saying that he is going to take charge of that. But nonetheless, the president is the commander-in-chief, not the vice president. So we have these issues for which he has to oversee all the time and have his eyes and ears into all of this. So if he's diverting and is going to look into petroleum and he cannot put somebody, so he's saying that his team, that he does not trust his team, because if he has a team that is reporting to him and, you know, checkmating everything that is going on, then he will be informed. But he himself saying he's going to be the petroleum, he cannot be probed, he cannot be met, and this is something that is really crucial to the development and economy of the country. So I don't see that it doesn't make sense to me as well. It's never made sense to me anyway, even when the military were doing so. It never made sense to me.
Yeah, come in, Larry.
Yeah, for me, I think it's better, right?
And by the way, it's a free-flowing conversation, so anybody can hop in at whatever point. But yeah, come in, Larry.
Okay. So for me, I think in terms of that minister, right, I think it's better the president just hold it, because that ministry is the biggest and everybody wants it. The last time we had one, if you know what, during Desiani's period, right, Desiani was more like so powerful that, you know, I was listening to Abati at the point. Abati was saying, then even ministers, right, kind of like bow for Desiani. So for me, because I know there is Lokobiri is actually the minister for state for petroleum, and there is another person, minister for state for oil and gas. So, but if those ones can do what they are supposed to do their job diligently, I don't really see a problem. Because take for instance,
what happened? So sorry, let me just cut you in. So what happened with Buhari's stance as a petroleum minister? What? Because we always like to refer to Dezani, and I think there's the gender thing there too, because they've never seen any woman do what they've been doing. No, they've never seen any woman do what they've been doing. And also coming from a minority.
It's not a gender issue, right?
No, there is. No, it depends on how you read it.
No.
And where you are coming from.
It's not a gender issue, right?
It is.
Now, let's just look at it very well. There is a lot of corruption in that space. And everybody, if they say it now, they want to give some, I can tell you today, right? If they say a petroleum minister, they want to give somebody a petroleum minister. That is the people, everybody is interested in that particular ministry. Every region is interested in that particular ministry, because the way ministries are perceived in Nigeria, you hear this kind of, oh, these are juicy ministry, this is the top ministry, this is that.
So that's what we're talking about. I mean, so you're just driving to my own point. Because what I'm saying is what I'm kind of like that inefficiency is a problem.
Yeah, it's not like they don't have
anywhere with that.
Okay, is it that they don't have ministers? There are ministers there. The only thing
we're not talking about the ministers. We're talking about the efficiency of execution.
The problem of that place.
I mean, if there's no efficiency in execution,
as far as I'm concerned, if you look at the problem of that
place. Hold on, Sally. Let him put that point to you.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the problem of that place is not even the ministry. The ministry is just administrative. The problem of that place is NNPC. NNPC in the sense that we don't even follow the money. It's a ministry. A minister is just administrative. It's not like the minister is the agent. It's not that the minister is the parastatal getting the money.
Yeah, so minister the ministers don't get any money is allocated to them. Is that what you're saying?
No, the minister. You see, if you look at some of these, take for instance now, you said Ministry of Petroleum.
No, I didn't necessarily say that. Just came in as just analogy. That yes, that just came in.
Who makes the money?
It's not the major point that I'm making. That's
so as far as I'm concerned,
we're talking about efficiency. We're talking about efficiency.
Yeah, they are saying the same thing.
No, not really.
Okay, now, before, right, we used to have one person overseeing petroleum, overseeing oil and gas. Now we have two people. Somebody is overseeing petroleum. another person is overseeing oil and gas. Now, the parastatal, I know when you said, Sanusi said it, I think the major problem Sanusi was really saying is the fact that the Ministry of Finance does not even know what is even coming in for NNPC. Because if the Ministry of Finance and everybody, and that's where I need the president to really come in, if they really want to really let everybody know what
the
NNPC.
president does not need to come in for that to be efficient. He just needs to create the structure for the efficiency. And then he can have his eyes everywhere at the same time. Because there are other serious issues that he also has to clinch to, especially the security matters of the country, which has not improved in any way. So we can't make excuses as far.
Do you know that we can, if we can talk of security, we can talk of anything, but that's the main pot of soup that we have today.
It may be the main pot of soup, but without security, that will not be a main pot of soup.
Yeah, but where are we going to finance the security? If the pot of
if
soup
the economy deteriorates and continues to deteriorate, that is a security problem. And that would also be an economic problem. Including, yes, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so you can't tell me that he should just keep it. That's the pot. Pot of what? So what about all the monies that have disappeared? Have they discovered them? Have they discovered anything? Have they gone anywhere? All I see them is going from one party to the other party, from one country to the other country, and all that. Whereas the matter, is actually in the devil, and which is home. So are they digging it? They're not digging anything.
Let me say something.
Traveling.
Are you telling me that if we have probably someone now taking that hat of as a substantive minister of petroleum, because presently there's a minister of petroleum, Lokobi, and there's a minister of oil and gas.
I know him, Heineken.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, so are you saying probably there is a substantive minister of petroleum that's going to change anything? For me, it's not going to change anything. The major thing is until.
So why is the president holding it then? Is that going to change anything? But what is he going to change?
But do you know that we are all those president is holding it? To me, I still see it as more of we are assuming, because he didn't appoint anybody as substantive minister of petroleum. And what you believe that just assume that he's holding it.
Is the one who is actually holding that, that portfolio.
Okay.
On the more practical terms.
Yeah. So we just assume.
But is that right? Is that correct?
We just
no. The Heineken is the Minister of State for Petroleum.
That's what I'm saying. So is he doing the substantive work? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. He'll be doing the leg work. That
is wrong. That is wrong.
Why?
That's wrong.
Why is it wrong?
That is administratively wrong.
How?
Why?
Because the president should be doing it. If it's so important to him, he should be doing it. And be connecting with exactly what is going on there.
So what I don't understand is this. If we say somebody is the Minister of Petroleum, right? And sitting in that office in the Ministry of Petroleum as the minister there, and someone is in charge of oil and gas, sitting in that ministry as the minister there. So are they not able to do the job? Because all those things that we say
in administration, there are many sectors of job, and there are some areas where you cannot even sign. This is corporation. It's not just like, you understand? So there are things that one cannot sign on. There are things. His duties are quite relegated. They're not substantive, and that is why he's quantified as unsubstantive.
No.
He's the Minister of State.
It doesn't work like that.
It works like that, unless Nigeria is practicing something different.
It doesn't work like
as
that.
the Minister of State, you cannot really take any decision without, on behalf of that ministry, without the president's approval. So that Petroleum Ministry is under the office of the president. That is what we have today. So he's just an errand boy, a feed worker.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Just an errand boy for the president, a feed worker who will go and talk to those people there, and we come to the president, tell him, and then the president will do. He cannot. I mean,
he may not even tell the president the real truth, the real facts.
He cannot take any decision. on behalf of that ministry without the president's approval. Whereas other ministers can do their own thing within their, without president knowing anything about it. So it's not a position. It's just it's not a substantive position. It's just an errand boy.
Well, so for me, I think if the place I see the problem, right, because is this an NPC. Even if you bring Hitler to come and be Minister of Petroleum, if NNPC is not doing what they are supposed to do, it's still the same thing. Because NNPC today, I can't Minister of
why Hitler? Is Hitler the gold standard for administration? I don't want to do this.
I'm just kind of like saying, if you bring somebody, probably you put a Wiki, you put all those guys. It's still the same thing. If NNPC is not doing what they are supposed to do, because NNPC is selling crude. Minister of Finance does not even know how much crude NNPC sells. And the Minister of Finance cannot even account, because money is supposed to be going into the Federation account. A Minister of Finance cannot even say today, okay, we sold 2 barrels today. This is the amount of 2 barrels. NNPC is the one selling. NNPC is the one giving us the change. After they tell us, oh, we've spent this. So for me,
who are the board of directors now?
Yeah, they are. I think they just appointed new board. I think they just appointed new board
so we need to find those people and say, this is not right, because it's a PLC. It's been made a company. So
if
the public company,
those guys are not functioning, and that's Sanusi said it. He said that was the same thing why he was sad. That was the major problem, right? Until we get to that point that everybody know, if even the states, everybody know this is how much barrel we sold today. Okay, I can calculate.
But he gave an advice. He's got the insight, and he's given a professional advice publicly. For him to say that, nobody has ever come out to say that before.
Yeah,
seriously.
He's been saying
and he has actually come
for long.
No, he's not been saying it for long.
No, he said
I
it
follow
during
him. I've been following him for 2 years in academic work, and I know that he's not been saying that.
No, he said it during Jonathan's period. I know it. He said it. He said it during Jonathan's period, and it was one of the issues.
When he was saying, what he said now, it made an impact on what has actually been going on with Buhari's government, and we know that there's no accountability. And you're saying we should stick to the same thing, and just hopefully, because Lokbobri is there.
I think we may be modeling up issues. Hold on, Sally. The NNPC is mired in all manners of secrecy and cloak. So that's one thing. And then
that wasn't my point.
So what is your point?
He brought that in, and so I'm trying to counter what he said, on that basis that the NNPC and so on, it was the same structure that they had since they made it a PLC, because it was Buhari, General Buhari, who was actually holding the space as the substantive petroleum minister, and we saw all the things that happened. So now, coming back to this present government, we're having the same thing. And he's trying to tell me that, because the NNPC and this and that, but exactly the same thing is going to happen if we had the same structure and we're doing the same thing. So Henry, Heineken Lokbobri does not make any difference. He's no better than Timmy Silva, who was, I think, the junior minister of petroleum as well. So what are we saying?
So for me, what I'm saying is, even if you bring a substantive minister today, and NNPC is still the same, that minister is not going to be successful.
I don't think so.
Because
that was what you said, though, because what you said, Sally, is that the structures of NNPC is such that if Tinubu being the minister or not, is not going to be effective. So what you're identifying is a structural problem rather than whoever heads the ministry.
I'm saying that we have a structural problem, and yes, administratively, things whether it's going to go wrong or not we should expect the best and we should choose the best to put in that position. But him overwhelming himself by being the substantive petroleum minister and then having an errand
him being
errand boy.
No, it's not an errand boy.
Nigeria.
Sally, hold on. Tinubu being the Minister of Petroleum does not mean that he's in charge of the day-to-day administration of that portfolio.
So what does it mean?
It makes the big decisions, and then the big decisions comes to his table. But the day-to-day administration of that space rests on the shoulders of the Minister of State, which
it's
is
not
kind
supposed to be so.
Oh, it's a peculiar portfolio.
No, but it's still handicapped. It's still handicapped.
How is it handicapped?
No, yes, he will be handicapped because it's overloaded with the security issue. The security shift and votes are coming like that. And so what is doing?
No, is the president now. Is the president now.
He may be the president.
So all the major decisions come to him anyway. It's not just the security.
He's only got one
the economy, environmental.
He's one man like you. One man.
Yes.
He's only one man, like he says. He's one man, So it's up to him how he wants to run.
Yeah, no, but I don't object to
I will criticize that as an administrator. I will criticize that. That
I think
it's inefficient. It will create inefficiencies. We're supposed to.
I don't think
a workforce. They are not supposed to be just wearing agbada up and down. They're supposed to be working, sweating. Let's just see it. So that the country will improve. We cannot continue with this kind of lethargic and nonchalant behavior, even in administration. Come on. If you take that job, will you not take it seriously? But they know the people that are going to take it seriously. They just want to say, oh, not like this. No, we have to stop it. We have to. And we have to be determined to speak out from our little voices as the commoners, or I don't know what they call us, whether we are Nigerians or what, I don't know. We are Nigeria. So anyhow, when they call us, we have to be talking our own mouth, put our own mouth in it. We should not be making excuses for bad governance. We shouldn't, because our generations are going to suffer. These guys are taking debts on our behalf of our children and grandchildren. And then we should not be, just see the South African parliament. At least they are talking their mind. So people should say their mind, exactly how things are. You should not be covering up for them. Even if this is my brother, I will not cover up if he's not doing the job. That is it. And if the structure is not right, nothing will be right.
All right. All right. Let me play this clip and use it to bring Oriola in, if Oriola is still with us. Oriola, are you still there? Oriola?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, brilliant. Let me play you this. This is the citizens' response to the state of the nation. So this is Tinubu is on a mini break in Lagos or over the festive season, and his motorcade driving through the streets of Lagos, and Lagosians giving him feedback as to the state of the nation. Listen very carefully and hope that Tinubu heard this. So there it is right there. Juxtapose the size and price of that motorcade, because I'm looking at $1 million+ a pop for every vehicle there. And juxtapose that to the response of the Nigerian people. Ebin Pawao, Ebin Pawao, Ebin Pawao. So, Oriola.
Yeah. So what I would say is this: with the motorcade, Here, do you realize that when it comes to security, he's not. He doesn't really have a say when it comes to like how the security force has to protect him. I think I mentioned this before. That's whenever there's a budget, they bring the budget to him. He really had all he has to do is just listen to different department on what they want. And to be honest with you, if they tell him this is what we needed and this is what you need to do, he doesn't really have much to say unless he felt that, oh, let me add so amount so you can have more things, or if they tell him and he thinks that maybe some things are not necessary. But if the security force cannot confirm, especially I think the security force in this case will be the DSS, and I think he also has some military army as well. So when it comes to the motorcade, I don't think the president really have much that he could say, especially if you see like the protocol they have to go through, the amount of people that have to safeguard him. He doesn't really have a say. I mean, if he does say something and the
Well,
security,
how does that contrast against the poverty that was patently evident in that clip?
yeah, I'm going to speak to that because you mentioned two things. You mentioned about the motorcade. Oh, he has a lot of motorcade and people are starving. See, he doesn't have anything really. He couldn't say anything about when it comes to security. Just the same way the place he lives, he can't really have much to say. The people that cook for him, he can tell them this is the type of food I like. But when it comes to like them actually saying this is the budget we need, it doesn't really have much to say. So I think the motorcade shouldn't be a factor where we're thinking he's the president. He should be able to say, okay, I don't want this motorcade. That's just he couldn't do. All presidents are not able to do that. So now with the starvation going on in Nigeria, yeah, I mean, he's there to work. That's why he's implementing some things that he's doing to make sure that the
Palliative.
huh?
Palliative.
So yeah. I mean, they actually put the palliative out as well. And the thing is, he's doing a lot of stuff to make sure that whatever starvation or high prices that is going on, they can have a cushion. But the thing is, another thing that I think that we ignore is the fact that with the palliative, for example, like the food. If you remember when he first got in, when he first became the president, they give us some money, they give us some food. If you remember, billions of naira that was given to some of the state governor. Still today, we cannot 100% say that we know how they share those things. So as a president, he's doing some stuff. I mean, maybe he's doing some stuff, and
Like what stuff?
I mean, if you remember when he first came in, he gave out, I can't remember the billions of naira that he gave out, and they were like, oh, they gave all the states some rice, and they gave them money as well to.
In the sand.
He's the president. He can't do everything all by himself. So
Exactly.
the governor of the state, the governors are at the next level. And after that, after president already provides something,
But did you
from
see the
there,
guys that were picking the rice up from the sand? Did you see it?
I didn't see people.
Oh my God, you didn't see
Well,
it.
if that's the case, so we can't really blame
Fighting and
him.
everything.
Yeah, but you can't really blame him. We have to now starting like asking the governor to be accountable. That's the people we need now, and the governor has to do something as well, and now send us to the local government chairmen that okay, I did something. I present this to the local government chairman. Now hold them accountable. So I understand people crying. And that's the problem with us in Nigeria. Every single thing, every problem that we have, we go to the government and we go to the president. But if we're listening to news and what's going on in the country, we all know that he did something. But what happened to it after he did something, the governor like we didn't know what they do after. So I understand people are starving, and that's why some of the things that we can also do is the fact that we should have some private organization, which I think we do have, like Soup's Kitchen, some
So how
donating
does
to
the
a church.
president, sorry to ask you this question, how is the president supposed to monitor the KPIs of the of the of the governors, is it not supposed to also, is it not also part of the whole what do you call it? They have a council.
The president is not empowered to
to
do that. It's not empowered.
They have the Federal Executive Council, for which all the governors are members. So what core value of that? You know, is that not so that they know exactly what is
right? But
sorry, Oriola. Let me just correct. Let me just correct one thing. The president is not empowered to supervise the KPI of the states. That's for the state assembly to do.
It's supposed to monitor.
No, it cannot. The constitution does not facilitate for that.
To get money, showing their budget, so there must be some.
The state gets the money as an entitlement. It's not a large. It's not a largesse. It's not a large. When the states go and get their allocation, it's not a largesse from the federal space. It's their entitlement as signatories to that.
They don't often give them the entire budget.
Well, they give them what is available.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, they do actually.
Who does that?
We're not talking about the budget now. We're talking about the allocation.
No, so who does that? Who plays that role?
Yeah, but you have to, just like you rightly said, every Monday they have like the executive council. So basically, when they have those meetings, I'm expecting that they're asking questions that, okay, from last month, these are some of the stuff that agenda, like, this is what you said you're going to do. And I'm definitely sure the feedback the president is probably getting was that, okay, you give us this social amount for palliative, we're doing that. So he just like one man said, he can't question them further than that. He can't monitor them more than that. If he does, he's just overdoing his job. Like, he doesn't have to, because he has the state government, they're there to do their job. So when he provides the palliative, now,
okay, so
let me land.
Because you're giving me the answers. That is fine. Just want to ask you one other question, which is one of the ones I asked you earlier. That who is going to vet these? You said so. There's nobody who's going to vet this, but yet they can make a reduction and they can make an addition.
So why do we have
journalists?
Why do we have journalists and why do we have?
We have an accountant general. We do.
No, yeah. We also have the state attorney general. So what are their jobs? So the journalist, for example, is to actually monitor whatever the government is saying to the people. Have you seen one single journalist in Nigeria come out and says the president gave them this, but after that was the end of it? We didn't see anything goes to the citizens. That's number one.
Because they are often sanctioned. No, I think the journalists, I will not allow you to say that. Nigerian journalists are trying. And if anyone is trying,
they're not trying. I'm sorry. We can debate that. I don't think
they do a very poor job. The Nigerian journalists. They don't. Hold on, Celis. I know you like Arise because they are pro-B.
Of course, too, not bad at all.
But the journalists are not doing a good job in Nigeria, because often instances they don't do investigative journalism. They just sit in their studio and peddle rumors. That's just all they do.
Their studio is all about all is trending. Just go to the internet and pick some things and just bring it out and just debate on it. That's what they do.
They do bring analysts to say things for which those analysts can be honored.
How many of them,
knowledge of the social,
just like you were saying, how many of them has really gone down to scrutinize the governors to really know what exactly each of them have done with the billions they collected?
What about you as a citizen? Can't you do an investigation?
No. I can't.
It's not his job now.
It's not my job.
Your own pieces of what you know. No, because you're a citizen, and I'm sure you have a background education, so you should be able to write a thesis about what you think you know, and let others.
Hold on. Actually, the citizens are doing more investigative journalism than the actual so-called professional journalists. Do
you know the risk we are taking? Do you know the risk?
You know the risk you are taking, but you know. Sorry, Larry. There was a hold on. There was a guy, I think in Edo State, a few months ago. Adame Koko will remember that there was this road that they said they had built, and he took his camera there and he was just picking off the road with his bare hands, and that led to a national kerfuffle. So that sort of a thing should have been done by professional journalists, but they would just go and take money, film roads being commissioned, and then go to their studios and report it.
And because that's what the government plays at. The government doesn't want you to see that, so they will not see it. Who is going to give them the information? Those people, do they remember when they have those issues to phone maybe NTA or any of these media houses? Do they remember to do that? They just try to tackle it on their own. So and the police and all other people will just go, drive past or even see if they can find their own way to get people to help them out. So it's a system that is just so messy.
No. It's the system.
No, Sally, you have to hold on for that voices. Yeah, let Oriola come in.
The system that you mentioned, that's us, because we're the people that has to take up those roles. So, for example, now we just mentioned one that needs to actually hold the government accountable. So, what about the House of Rep as well, like the state reps? Because each local government has one person in that state government, a state assembly. So, what about people that voted for them? What are we doing? Are we asking them questions?
Do you know the name of your own local rep? Do you know the name?
Well, I don't know. I think I was...
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I don't live in Nigeria, but people that live in Nigeria should know, right?
So before you talk, you should make your own research.
No, but I don't. So, no, you can't. Where I live, I know. Wait. Where I live...
But he knows his own where he lives now.
What I'm trying to say is that if he knows his own local government chairman, for instance, he can write a letter to him, and he can also look in his own, so what he's trying to say, we should break it down, which is why he's talking about the House of Reps.
When you live somewhere, it's different from looking at outside.
I live in the United Kingdom.
Don't overlap. Let him, yeah.
See, when you live somewhere, it's different from when you're looking outside in. So if I live in an area, and if I live in an area, I know what's going on. So I'm able to actually speak to that topic more because I can see what's going on and say that, we have this house of rep, and he's not doing anything. This is what I'm seeing, my people, my neighbors. This is what I'm seeing what's going on. So here, I currently don't live there 365 days in a year. I don't. So it would be tough for me to actually be writing stuff up. I mean, I can write to the federal because we're saying some other thing that has to do with the Nigeria entirety. But if we're talking about the neighborhood, I'm not living there. So even if I write to them and they look at my address, they already do look at this one outside trying to question us. But if I actually live in that neighborhood and I put my address and they can fish me out, this guy lives so here and he's saying this is what he says, and they can question my neighbors as well, and everybody's saying the same thing. It's different from me looking outside in and try to speak about one neighborhood. So the point I'm trying to make is this: there's so many people that can hold the governor accountable, but they're not. They're looking at the president. Look at them. They stood on the road and telling the president, what can he do? What can he possibly do? But they do see the governor, but they never say anything to the governor. The governor is right there. He collect money. He collect rice. Where is everything? So sometimes we don't even know our responsibility. We don't know what we're supposed to be doing.
It starts with the top. That's what I'll tell you.
But he's doing didn't he provide palliatives? He did, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so now he passed it down to the governor. So why can't we question the governor? And if you can't speak to the governor directly, speak to your House of Rep.
See, let me tell you.
Speak to your local government chairman.
I was in Nigeria, And some palliatives were being shared at the club that I even belonged to, because I was staying for a very short period. So I wanted to try and see some of my friends there at the polo club. Now, what now happened when I went there, everything was sealed, And what happened? Someone was sharing palliatives and they just brought it like that. And then there was a stampede. So many people died. And for that reason, the club was closed for the period when I was there, and I was unable to see anyone. Now, that alone should teach us a lesson. This palliative thing, we saw all the scrambling and jumping, and it's not a good sight. This palliative thing, by the time they asked the, I think her name is Betty, something Bitu or something, she was former commissioner of health in, I think, Cross River State. The preachy one that always was campaigning with him. Okay, fair enough. But she had no plan of how she was going to distribute these palliatives. She was saying that she's going to use GPS. How are you going to know? They have no data. See, the efficiency thing is a problem in Nigeria. And when we get that right, the reason why individuals, we're all breaking out, is that when we come here, or when we go wherever we want to go, or what I want to do for an individual, you can go as far as you want and you can get help. But collectively, the country has not got a structure of disseminating or even delegating, the operations that they need to. It's a very big country. They cannot just say, oh, you're waiting for the governors. You cannot take the money, even the local government money, and just chew it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen to governor. He's got immunity. So don't blame the people about their governors.
So how come we are not? You just said it yourself.
Hold on, Lorella. Let Larry come in, and then you take the floor back. Larry.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify something. When she was talking about Betty, I think what Oriola was saying is even different from Betty's own. The president actually released money for these governors. The federal government wanted to handle it themselves. The governors kicked against it. They said they needed the money, that they are closer to the people. He gave them. They all went to their different states. They did whatever they wanted to do with it. And do you know that each of these states, every state have a reserve where they keep food? And what happened to those things? Federal government even released things from the federal government reserves to these governors. They did what they wanted to do. And now, when it comes to looking at what people are doing, the only person I see in Nigeria that have done something related to kind of like, looking at what the government is doing is, I know at a point, Budget was doing something, tracking constituency projects for some of these National Assembly members, all this constituency allowance, kind of like tracking it. I think it's an holistic thing. It's not just, Nigeria, it's what they put in our brain. Everything we need to like, oh yeah, it's the president that is not working. In actual sense, the president is even doing more, because each of these governors, go and ask them their allocation. Everybody has actually had increase in what they've been collecting. They share billions every month. And we are not even asking questions to what is really happening to those billions. The governors, intentionally, they paralyze the local government system. They put their stooge everywhere, putting caretaker committee everywhere. The people that are supposed to be the closest people to the people, they intentionally paralyzed it. And even things that are supposed to go to those local government are even going to those governors. And they just give those guys some salaries, right? And even if they do some of their,
who is going to stop it? How will that change? How will that change? Are we just going to be burying it like that?
Yeah, it's going to change until we ourselves.
Talking about the problem, we don't talk about the solution.
Yeah, until we ourselves, people that live in Nigeria, right? Until I wake up one day and we as a people, right? Old people that we are supposed to hold responsible, hold them responsible, let them do their own. Until we start having that mentality.
By what means would you hold them responsible?
How would I not be able to hold them responsible if I know that this is exactly what is going to my local government? And my local government chairman is getting what he's supposed to get. Averagely, what does it cost a local government to have a farm? If a local government can actually invest, if a local government in Nigeria invest a minimum, let's kind of like just invest like 200 million into farming in your local government, it's going to help the people within that local government. So what is happening to all those billions? Go and look at local government revenue. You see local government, what is in the paper is like billions. But what exactly is really happening at the local government level? Now, everybody every day, we wake up every day, oh, he's the president. This is a president of a country. What about those guys? Those guys knew what they were
I don't
doing.
really think so, because I think you're wrong, because I've carried out the research in rural communities in the Niger Delta, and even as close as the Niger Delta at the time was close to government. And each of these women, when you ask them where they're from, they were just going to tell you they're from their village. And, so that's what they think. Then you have to try and tell them that they're Nigerians and that they're this and they're that, and they've got
Maybe say I'm wrong. Are you saying the
tell
local
them,
government
actually brought them to the Port Harcourt for them to meet the governor.
Okay, wait. Are you saying the local government are not getting something from the federation account? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that they are not.
Okay.
But if the people on the ground have no power as to even know what the Constitution says or whatever, they're supposed to have, the services that they're entitled to, what do you expect them to do?
But do the people know that they have local governments?
How rural communities in Nigeria? Have you ever been in some of them?
No, Sally, I don't think you're in the space that is speaking to you from. What Larry is saying to you is that, and Oriola as well, is that there are layers of governance, and those layers of governance have responsibilities to the people. And the people, they skip through all of those layers and go and pack all of their complaints to the presidency. So the local government, they have a budget. How is that budget? And they're the closest to the people, so the people can reach to them for accountability. How's that budget being used? The people are not prodding at them. And then it cascades to the state governors. They have an even bigger budget. How is that being used?
I understand what
yes.
you're saying.
The presidency releases the funds, and then the cascading layers, then they have the responsibility then.
So basically, he's complaining on behalf of the president. You're complaining on behalf of the president that really is not the president's fault.
No, he's inviting you to look
I am going to the bottom of that prism.
The bigger picture. That's what.
Yeah, no, I'm going to the bottom of that prism, to show you how weak the bottom is, as not to be able to do any kind of vetting for that matter. And they probably see their local government chairman as a lord of the, manor who cannot even, be touched. You understand? So it's not just going on all those levels. See, the people have a right to recall the members of parliament, for instance. But how far can they go? Because they're so weak, even in the cities, they're so weak. That weakness is
they are not non-functioning.
They are not functioning. That's the problem
at all.
The governors intentionally collapsed the local government system. The National Assembly has tried, right? Trying to ensure that these guys actually get what they want to get. But the governors intentionally, they collapsed everything. Have you ever seen a state in Nigeria that has actually done a local government election that is a normal election? What do you see? No way. You just see this governor, local government, everything is okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Sally. Let that.
That's actually the problem. Until we have proper election for local government, where it's not all about the governor just take the shots. It's not like the governor appointing anybody anywhere.
Larry, do you think this is a matter of a constitutional amendment, so that the power to conduct local government elections is vested on INEC rather than the state supervising it, and the budget for the local government should come directly from the central space to the local government without having to pass through the states? Larry.
Yeah, I think the national level they've done the job. They've done a very good job. But the problem at this point, they've passed the bill, right? The problem at this point is the local assemblies. The local assemblies are not even supporting this bill, because they need the local assembly to also support it for it to be a law. in that aspect. Everything has been done.
Which bill are you referring to?
The local government, the local government autonomy. There's this local government autonomy bill. It's been passed, but the state assemblies are not even making it. They're not even supporting it, because all of them are the governor's stooge, because they believe that if they do that.
But you know that the president, if the president really want to give that autonomy to the local government, he can really do it from his office.
No, he can't. Wait, he's not a dictator now. He's not a dictator. He can't just do it.
Hold on. No. If he really want to do it, he will just stop the remittance of
what?
local
He's not a
government.
dictator, Baba, now.
No.
Hold on now.
Do you know that Obasanjo tried the same thing? Do you remember those days of local government when they used to talk about zero allocation?
Look, let me tell you. If the president of Nigeria, look, it is just because you have these politicians that are doing party to themselves in such a way to satisfy each other. That is why we are having this lawlessness going on or being perpetrated by politicians in that country. But if you have a president that really want to make things work, he just needs to exercise that political will by saying, you know what? I am not passing the local government funding through the governor. I don't care what you want to do. I am.
Please explain how. How, please?
I am saying he controls the funding. He's the one that funds them.
But he's following the law. There's a law in place for him to do that. There's a law in place for him to do that.
Forget about law.
He's not a dictator country.
Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on. We're laughing. Look, if the governors are saying they are mad, they are crazy in their head, if the president wants to show them that, look, I am equally crazy, I'm more crazier than you. Look, I am not sending their funding through you. I am sending it direct to them, and just tell, what do you call this guy? The Minister of Finance that releases this fund every month, that, look, separate the local government fund away from that of the state. Let it go to the state. The state allocation go to them separately from that local government, and it ends there.
Question.
And if they go to court, hold on. If they say they go to court, let them go to court. Let them take judgment. I'm not going to obey it. We want to fight it out. And I want to come to the air to tell the people, these are the people that are destroying this country, that never make things work in this country. Look, the president have to mobilize the people against the state government. They are the destroyer of that country. Look, federal government have done the best they can do in terms of funding to these two tiers of government below it. He has done the best that they can do. But who is the one holding back development? Which level of which tier of the government that is holding back development in that country is the state governors. You have to wage war against them. And before you see it, if you see the president standing up, the people across the country will stand up with him against the state governor. And what you think is going to happen? We will come to negotiation table and then come and talk it out. And then we said, look.
So I agree with your second option.
You have
for him to take them to Supreme Court, but
let
not
him go to Supreme Court.
Yeah, let him do. I agree with that one.
Rule against me as the president. I will not obey that law.
It's not.
Yes.
This is Nigeria. Is not China. It's not the communist country.
Look, let me tell you.
We have to follow the law. We are practicing democracy.
Does the governor follow the law?
Yeah, then that's why I said he can take them to court. He can take them to Supreme Court.
They don't follow the law. Look, do you know that the governors can dissolve the local government and then organize another local government election anytime?
Exactly.
Which law gives them that power to do that?
Let me give you an example.
Lawlessness.
Let me give you an example. You see,
where I think
the press,
the president want to carry along the governors because of their own ambition. That if I want to go for the election, these are the people that are going to work for me to re-emerge at the party primary. So let me take things easy with them.
Thugs.
They are criminals. And look, that corruption that is going on in that country is going to kill that country if somebody doesn't stand up to fight it. Look, let me tell you, the governors, what those people, the allocation. Look at the corrupt. I've never seen the kind of corruption that's happened in Nigeria. The funding they give them, the allocation. Do you know it's just a free money? Go and do whatever. No auditing, no checking of what they do with that money. It's just money. Take it and go and do anything that you like with it, and it ends there. How can you release fund and you don't follow what that fund is used for or used to achieve? I have never seen it. Let's just forget. Look, that country is just. I don't know.
Take a lot of security votes.
And the security vote and the allocation, everything, they will chop them, all the governor.
They're still in security.
Gone. And the local government money, they pocket it. And you say the president should not fight them and go crazy against them.
Yeah. You see, you see, another thing is this. You see, that's where I think the press.
Matters.
That's where I think the press really need to help. Let me give you an example. Probably if you remember there was a time that this local this local government chairman in Ogun State spoke out and he said the whole thing, right? It was against the governor, that the governor has been doing this, the governor has been doing this, he has been sabotaging this, they've not been getting what they were supposed to get. I don't know if you follow that case at that point, where it was a whole lot of issue. The governor had to use the DSS, use everybody, arrest the guy, do some rubbish the guy and everything. And at that point, I was expecting the press to stand for that guy. And that was supposed to, and let every other person support that guy, for that guy to really help the local government. But that was not the case. Even Arise TV was even joining those that were even bullying the guy. So it's not just a single thing.
Have you got a video clip of it? That would be nice to see.
It's not just a single thing. If you can go and check Google, right? I think the name of the guy is the chairman of Ijebu East local government. It's a general thing, right? It was against the governor head to head. What happened? The other local government chairman, because they saw the guy as, this guy is going against us. They went to the governor's office and all of them were prostrating. So what are we saying? And at that point, people came out and wanted to support that local government chairman. What happened? The governor used some 2 councillors or 3 councillors. They said, the guy, blah, 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 blah. They impeached the guy. Next thing, DSS came in. They picked the guy. Police came in. They picked the guy. They started, they were rubbishing the guy.
Yeah. I remember that incident. You are right.
Yeah, and they were rubbishing the guy. So what are we actually even saying? It's a lot. At that point, I expected the press. I was like, okay, fine, let the press stand for this, right? And from that can actually be the breakthrough. But it was not like that. The guys were, even Rufai was saying, does the guy have the evidence? He needs to bring out the evidence. I was like, what are you guys saying? This is so obvious. At that point, the governor was everywhere, going to Abuja and everywhere. And the other local government chairman were with this guy. They all agreed on it. And they were like, okay, fine. Who is going to champion it? The guy was, okay, they felt the guy was, he's brave. He can champion it. The guy went out, all out, brought everything, send report to EFCC, send everything to EFCC. What happened? Instead of the other local government chairman to support him and let them free themselves, they went back. They went to the governor's office prostrating, and the camera was picked down all of them prostrating. So what are we saying? So
I think the fight is over the palliative, right?
What do you say?
I think the fight against the governor is over the palliative.
That was Dakwa Abiodun, wasn't
So
he?
that was not even the palliative. The guy was
that
saying
he
the
didn't send
allocation
any
that was coming
palliative
to
to
them.
them.
That the allocation that was even coming to local government.
When I say Ogun State that the most corrupt state is that, so she is that.
Hey, Kitty. What the fake Kitty, Laura? So,
the guy was saying
if anybody try that, they take it. I get an issue. About the I've told you several times. Let you and I go. Let's go. Let's go.
So it's a lot of things. You know, it's a lot of things. And until that local government administration become effective, I don't know, probably they have to make INEC conduct local government election as we used to do in those days. Probably that is going to help, right? Where you have a local government that is not just one party system, where you have a local government that will have different parties, right? Based on who the people want. You understand what I'm saying? So if that is what we have, yeah, that's going to be good. Okay, I think this is, that's going to be good. But what do we have? It's so unfortunate.
When I've said it here several times that even under the military, Babangida, we had a very functioning local government in that country. How can we now have democracy and we don't have a functioning local government? For God's sake, why are we so corrupt? These politicians.
Look at all of them.
Corrupt like
look
this.
At them.
Local government was building road. They were building street light. They were giving building health care center. They were doing a lot of things, drainages, assisting farmers in their locality with tractors and everything that local government was doing. But now, when we have our own government, they are handicapped. They are court martial by governors, and they cannot do nothing again. And we are all looking. We are those type people.
Sorry. Good morning, Baba Jayoko.
Simba, Cabo.
Yeah, sorry. I want to
see local government chairman prostrating. See them. Yeah.
I want to ask this question.
Let's do it again, please. Just along.
Yeah, people.
What about it?
Yeah, people prostrating.
Officially, Look at that one.
Yeah, people.
But it was the one that appointed them now, so he's a he has teach all of them. He has teach them and put them in that position.
Is their breadwinner. Is their breadwinner. Sorry, I just want to ask you a question about the earlier statement that you made about the president not releasing funds to them, will take them to court. Do you think that if the governors have been doing wrong thing,
you're breaking up heavily, Simba?
Oh, okay. Let me go. I don't know what is happening. Hello.
I think we are here
now. You're gone. Can anyone else?
We can hear you, Simba. Yeah, we can hear Simba.
Okay, so let me go. I think he's one man that's having problem with his own distance.
No, it's a little bit cracky, but we can still hear you.
Okay, so what I'm asking is that our so-called activists that we have, and is it possible for them to take that, or if actually they are going against the law and challenge the state the way they are doing, the way they are acting against the local government, by not giving them the allocation, by not conducting the election, by dissolving the local government chairman, and all those things? If they are actually going against the law, people like Falana that used to shout on the national TV and all those things, what are they doing about it? If really they are going against the law, that is the question I want to ask. Because this one that you say the president should go and then he will take them to court, and that one can never happen. It can never happen. It's like president on his own going against the constitution. Even if you have a proper National Assembly, it can be impeached for that. So that's the question I want to ask you.
Another thing, can NLC, right? NLC, I see NLC as the most powerful.
It's a useless. NLC is a political organization. They are very useless. They are very useless. They are very useless. They are always pursuing shadows.
Don't empower Simba to talk on NLC.
If that is the only thing NLC can do, right? All the states, right? Because local government workers are also part of NLC now. So if they can just wake up one day and say, okay, fine, this is what we want to fight for, right? NLC, okay, take for instance now, government said, okay, we are giving 35,000 palliative. Governors are not even implementing it. NLC is not looking at that. Some governors till today are not even implementing the 30,000 minimum wage. And NLC is not even fighting for that. But what do you see them fighting for? Oh, they've beaten somebody in somewhere, blah, 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 blah. You see, that it's a lot. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. So it's unfortunately, hopefully we just get there one day.
Look, let me tell you this.
You know, our electoral law kind of look the other way when it comes to election finance. Most of these people, when they get into office, the first thing they want to do is to recoup every little dime that they spend to prosecute that election for themselves. So that is why the minute they get into the office, they will hurriedly put one program or the other together so that funds can get out, so that they can at least get some things back to where they took the money. But those who are already in the state house usually don't use their own personal money, to finance the election. They use government money, state money, to finance their own election. But you see, when you get to the people going to the National Assembly and all that, sometimes partially they use their own money. And that is why those who are supposed to be doing oversight functions actually look the other way around, because they themselves are the ones that will be making demands from agencies, from ministers, from director or the head of parastatals and all that. They are supposed to be having oversight. That palliative money that was given to the state council, the National Assembly, the state assembly in each state is supposed to be the one to be the watchdog of the state and see how that money was disbursed and what is spent. But you see, we the people, sometimes we are occupied by our daily activities and all that, and we don't tend to question government. But those who are elected to be our representatives are the ones supposed to be doing that for us. But they themselves also preoccupied ensuring that the money spent on the election is being recouped. So what do? They are looking for the target, and that is where it always starts from. So now, who will question governor of a state?
The money they spend on the election, who collected the money?
They are foot soldiers, they are people that voted for them. And in some cases, the money they spend even before they emerge as a candidate is a huge amount of money. Bribing the electorate. Bribing, just like the way it happens in Labour Party, that people are silent, people are paid off for a particular candidate to emerge. The same way Tinubu also paid his way out in the APC. So that is even the chunk of the money that they're trying to recoup. When it comes to the giving money, private, buying votes, those are the ones that they already done they've done their assignment. They know where to spend money, where not to spend money. Those money are not usually counted, but the one that let me call it the them that they will put down before they're able to emerge as a candidate is where the problem is. That's what they want to do with it. So that's those money. I can bet you has gone to the private account of each governor, of each party big wigs at the state level.
Adewale, let me tell you this. I have a friend who contested for a state house of assembly, and he has to buy cow. Do you know cow to each community that they kill and share? The community, the people themselves, they have their own demand before you can even emerge. That is the rot If you want to really correct everything, because if you are talking about people spending money for election, it's the people that will collect the money. So if we want to actually stop the rot in our electionary process, where the people has to change also, because if the people, if you don't have a collector, there is no spender.
Yes,
So
but when you have a lay down, you see, when you have a system where an ordinary person like you and I will never come out or perhaps emerge as a candidate, that system is ripe for corruption. That is the breeding ground.
Politics, politics in Nigeria is a business. It has
Of
its
course
own
it
risk.
is. Anywhere in the world,
in fact,
actually, anywhere in the world, it's always going to be a business.
so if you cannot face the risk, that is why you cannot face the risk. That's why you cannot contest.
I mean, at we are going. I'm not going to back, baby. I'm not going to go to Nigeria. It's a fact. Nigeria, look, till Jesus comes back, Nigeria, they will just continue to pash and make it into. Because Arudoshi, Nigeria is the one befalling Gambia, Zambia, South Africa.
But to me, is still the I think yes, is one of the problems, because when you still look at it generally, is corruption. That is one big problem. You understand? But if you look at it, we have said it earlier on this panel. The Nigeria, look at our population. We are talking about palliative. Let us even imagine how long can 10,000 naira sustain somebody in Nigeria now? Because I saw the one clip that where one man was shown earlier, and people had said they didn't power. Let's assume that they want to even give every Nigeria. If you get 10,000, how long can you spend 10,000, and that will solve your problem of hunger? And if you multiply 10,000 naira by our population, you know how much are you going to get? Because when we start talking about palliative, what can you do for that humongous population that will stop hunger?
You know, Simba, the money that the American government gives people now is the one causing inflation now. Because you have money with less value in circulation. I'm sure you understand. We are paying that price of government dishing out money just to stimulate the economy at the time when the COVID hit and people were stuck at home. Now, government gave them money, cash, and we're buying things. But at that time, every economy was on standstill. Now we have inflation. So something's got to give one way or the other. But when you have a system in Nigeria that is even more corrupted, so it's like it's not we also continue to climb on top. So, the corruption will always be part of us. It's in our DNA. So, I want you and I to prepare. We need to go home. Okay?
It's just so unfortunate, because sometimes I look at it, right? Like, there are some states in Nigeria that I still keep thinking why a state like Ogun State, right, cannot feed the whole of Lagos. I know those days there used to be this reserve, government reserve, where they would, do large farming in large scale. I don't know. I don't know how those things disappeared.
Who wants to go to farm now?
This is even the government. This is even the government. This is even the government. Those days, there used to be this reserve that is actually government. If Ogun State, for instance, right, can invest just 10 billion naira, right, into some of all those things, that's going to help them. But they won't do that. They would rather want to build airports. They want to build cargo airports. They want to build this. I don't know.
Wait, why are we waiting for the government?
Sorry, Oriola. Let us Selibi have this is about to leave. So let us give us some passing words before Seli.
Yeah, all right, guys, comrades, whatever. Just say I'm really tired. I'll have, a lot of things to do tomorrow. Later today. So I want to try and, get some sleep. and then so I can wake up and begin to do before all the things, So well, what I've got to say is that, in conclusion, we're all doing well, kind of like roving around all the issues that are there. And my conclusion is that the inefficiencies are a paradigm that needs to shift. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we just have to find a way to all correspond together. So, that pattern will have a better productivity. All these big assignments to governors wearing hats, going here, going there, we want to see them pull their, sleeves up and work for the people. And it's only us, who have this opportunity that can actually advocate for more efficiency to get things right in that country. Thank you very much. I wish you all a very, very happy 2024. That's it.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant Celibi. So that's Celibi. Thank you, Celibi. So back to you, Riola.
Oh yeah, what was I saying? Okay, yeah, I was just going to ask, Larry that he's saying, the thing that what I'm thinking in my head is why does everything have to go back to the government? Like you said, there was a time where, the government
when we
have
used to
like
have the
reserves.
reserves, the government reserves.
Yeah, so here's the thing: why does everything has to go with them? Go to the government? Like, so you just made mention of one thing right now. Oh,
Mhm.
how come we can produce food like Ogun State, for example? You said Ogun State can actually be a food basket for Lagos, and
Yeah.
so what's wrong with us, the citizens, actually making that happen? Do we have to wait for the government to do
Okay.
that?
So look at it like this. Presently, right? When you talk of farming, an average citizen in Nigeria doesn't really want to go back into farming. Gone are those days where we have the subsistence farming, right? Where every neighborhood, probably in in your backyard, you have one or two things planted in your backyard, right? But now, right, people are not really even interested in those things. That's why I believe that if the government can actually do that, right, start that initiative, put people there, employ people there, and people are really seeing it. Because government presently, they have the capacity to be able to go into large-scale farming, invest money. Look at the US, for instance. There are some states in the US that are majorly agrarian. The states like Tennessee, Kentucky, right? They are not like, this is all what they do. That's why if you go to, take for instance now, if you want to buy something in Walmart, you want to buy something in Walmart that is more of, probably maize and some of those things. It's a little bit costly in Tennessee, but if you go to Kentucky, it's cheaper because they do more of those. So that's why I'm more like, the way we are now presently in Nigeria, right? It's good, right? If an average citizen wants to really go into farming, I want to do this, But presently, I think what we need is people that have the capacity, and government has the capacity. They have the land. You, for instance, now you want to go to some of those states, right? To even get land is not even easy. To even get that land, but government has this land, right? To use for this large scale farming, which it's good. Like, for me,
Wait,
that's like
I don't understand your point. I think you're mixing everything together.
okay.
The government, so the state that you mentioned in the US,
Mhm.
yeah, of course, the government give them usually, I think what they call them, the US whatever, give them probably grants that, oh, if you can start farming. But majority is a private citizen driven. It's not like they're waiting on government to start hiring people to do farming. No, that's what I'm saying. Like we depend way too much on government.
Yeah,
If to say now, I feel like, oh, okay, I want to do farming in Nigeria. What's stopping me in going there and
that's
making
what
sure?
you see.
What's stopping me and get lands? And now you said the land. Now, if you now want to blame the government that, okay, if I want to do farming and bring my money or get investors to invest and have do farming in Nigeria, there's no land because the government didn't make it easy. Now, if that's the problem, now we know it is. But now, all saying that all our problem in life is
No,
government. It's always government.
that's
I
not what
don't
I'm
think we
saying.
should be doing that.
That's not what I'm saying. What you're saying, right, is the future, right, where you actually have people, right, that are kind of like seeing it as something lucrative to go into, and they really, they're really going deep into it. But presently, what we have now, right, the present solution now that I'm seeing, like 1 year, 2 year solution, right, it's government investing heavily into it. There is a lot of hunger in Nigeria. Take, for instance, now, if the people from the north today say they are not bringing tomato to Lagos, there is problem. If those guys say they are not bringing onions, there is problem. Everybody now is depending on the north. Look at those guys. Look at the last time they had to like stop those guys from Kogi and Kwara not to bring things to the south. It was problem. So that's why I think the southern governors, and they saw that thing then, they had to go and beg for those guys to release those trailers to come to the south. So for me, the southern governors, because you've seen that problem. So if there's a problem now, right? If the next thing you see is that, RLY is saying that we are not taking anything to them. And that's the major thing. So why not for them now? Because they are the only one that they have the money. They can invest heavily. And in 1 year, 2 years, they will be able to this issue of hunger and all those things, at least they will be able to help.
Wait, I think that everything you said, I'm not saying that it's not true, but I don't think it's true in entirety. You can't say that
No,
all the food that
Oriola,
we eat.
let me speak
Land,
to what
please.
you said.
Let me
Okay,
land.
okay.
Let me land. I'm not. I don't think it's true that all the food that the southern part of Nigeria eat, they're all from the north. I don't think that's true. I think they also do farming in the southern part. They do farming, maybe not as much as the north are doing it in some aspect. Maybe like the onion, like you said. But I'm definitely sure they do. But to my point, either you're saying the long term or the short term. I don't think us putting all the problem on government is the right way. And sometimes that's why data is very important. So there's data that there was during Buhari, he gave I think he stopped importation of rice, and they have farmers, they give them some subsidy to do farming of rice. What has that get? Where have we get with that? We didn't get anywhere.
No.
That's because let me land. That's
Mhm.
because a lot of these things are not privately driven. Like you can't just throw money at a problem like that. You have to make sure that when you're throwing you're throwing money at the problem, there are actually people that are passionate. It's like their job, they're passionate, they write proposal, they go through thorough regulation that monitor them. So you can't just throw money at problem thinking it's going to solve when people that wants to solve that problem are not passionate about it. That's what I'm saying, that all this government, it would not get anywhere.
Okay.
Let us have people that have passionate. Like if I want to be a farmer, I go back to my state or go back to any state, get a land, and start doing farming. The only thing that I would now have a problem with is, okay, let's say insecurity. And there's nothing for me to not hiring local security to guard my place.
Okay, now let me tell you something. For that rice that you said, right? I can tell you that if you go to states like Binikebi, states like Sokoto, yeah, that Buhari initiative really helped rice production in Nigeria. And look at the MOU that Lagos State signed with, I think it's Binikebi, with this Ikota rice, right? So for me, if you ask people, right, in Nigeria presently, people going into farming, take 10 people, how many people are really interested into going into farming now? Hardly will you see 3 people that want to go into farming. Hardly will you see 3 people in Nigeria. Because to people, right, it's not lucrative. And there are a lot of things, logistics and everything. security and everything. I have someone that actually invested a lot in somewhere in Ogun State. This Fulani herdsmen, they came in, they put fire in the whole farm, they burn everything down. So nobody even wants to people don't even want to do it. So that's why I believe that, government can go into it, look at the risk and everything that is in it, right? Let people see them doing it. Then you can now start talking to people. People will get interested in it. But if you are now waiting for people until people start getting interested in going into farming now, I'm telling you, it's not an immediate solution. It's not going to help anything.
The speaker, are you aware that when Fayose was a governor of a state, there was this poultry farming system that he put in place? There was a rumor, I'm not so sure how true that rumor is, that they went and rented a chicken, and put it there for the Obasanjo to go and commission. I don't know how to. At the end of the day, we didn't see any chicken, we didn't see any eggs coming out from
Hey, government have no role in when you're talking about doing anything successful. Government has no role in business. Like, that's the mistake we're making. Everything be government.
Why do they have government reserves in those days?
See, then government probably got those reserves. He bought those food from the private farmers. They didn't start farming for themselves. I don't like this thinking that we have that government is the solver of all problems. They can't do. See, government has no role in business. If you like, accept it. If you like, don't accept it.
I don't accept it that government has no role.
Yeah, but how many successful country today have you seen the sole business owner at the government? Even China, the communist that we're talking about, private companies are the one doing this stuff.
The person that is talking, I don't know how vast you are about the situation. You know about the situation in Nigeria. Yeah. As far back as the 60s, when the cocoa, the granite pyramid, and everything was even reigning, it was driven by private practitioners, not government. What government used to do that time is to buy the produce from the farmer, so that the price can be constant throughout the year, so that the farmer can also make gain. They will buy it and sell it. That's what they call the commodity board. What we should be talking about now in Nigeria, let me tell you, Nigeria can produce enough food for its citizen. But the problem they have is that the farmers don't make gain. And that's what discourages some of the people from going to farming. Because during the time of rainy season, when you have abundance like maize, yam, and all those things, people, the price falls. But that will be for some few months. During that period, farmers incur a lot of losses. Even if you look at fruit, mango,
we need silos and storage.
Exactly. So what they're supposed to do, the government should be able to establish that commodity board, buy this thing from the farmer, store it, and this thing, all this food will be available throughout the year at affordable prices to the people. Let me finish. The other one you are talking about, the North feeding the South. That what you are saying is not true. Okay. What are the food that we consume in the southern part of Nigeria? Most people consume rice. Then the other ones are tubers.
Where's the rice coming from?
Like gari, like yam. They don't produce cattle. Most of the rice that we eat in Nigeria are imported.
The ones that are
imported rice.
Where is it coming from?
That's what I'm saying, that most of the rice we consume in Nigeria are imported rice.
I said those that are produced in Nigeria, because at the point, right, there was
the Southerners, they don't eat the locally produced rice. They call it rice is tapa.
Where is Lagos State getting the rice there?
What is that one? What is how much is that? Do you see that one in the market?
What? The rice.
How much can they produce? How much can they produce? Do you know the number of tons, millions of tons of rice that we consume daily?
When Buhari,
what I'm saying, just hold on. I am in support of what Oriola is saying. Government cannot engage in any business. any business that government engages is going to fail. Looking at the level of corruption in that country, it is going to fail right from the beginning. So the initiative that government needs to take is to make loans available, and not the way they are sharing the loans, the anchor that the federal government the CBN is going. They have to give it to banks to give to people so that the bank can recoup the money back. People will take money from federal government, even the citizen will see it as their own share of the national cake, and they will not return the money. And because the government need them for election, they can't force them to return the money. So, we have a lot of issues in that country, from the lizards to the followers.
So an average farmer, right? Let's
put
ourselves in the shoe of an average farmer. As of today, what is the major problem of an average farmer in Nigeria?
Security.
The major problem, let me tell you, the major problem, one is funding. Then two,
security is major problem.
The way of security I agree with you. I'm just telling you, security is there, but it's not a major problem. I'm a farmer. I'm telling you this. I am a farmer.
Oh my God. You see, you know why I said security is the major problem? I know people, right? An average, if you go to places like Oyo, a farmer, gone are those days when security was not an issue. You as a farmer can just go to farm. Now, a farmer, you can't go alone, you can't go to farm alone now until a community has to go to farm together, right? Because it's a major issue. Nobody even wants to go. It's a major issue. That's why you as a farmer, right? You want to go to community, you're afraid of you being kidnapped, you're afraid of being attacked. So even those guys that are really interested in farming are not even ready to even go to farm. So we can say finance. Finance is not an issue. You can, there are several ways farmers get finance. But even when you have that finance, you have that farm, right?
Are you sure?
See, even if you have that money today, right? You invested that money into that farm. Somebody just come from somewhere, put fire into that farm, burn it down. What are we saying? Nobody wants to go to Oyo State, go to Ekiti, go to Ondo. How many farmers want to just, I want to go to farm, I'm okay to go to farm.
I'm very sure you live in diaspora. And then the only thing that we hear is all those negative thing.
No, this is
let me give you for example. So hold on.
Let me say this before you it's not all about living in diaspora, right? I have people in my family that are farmers. I have people in my family that are farmers.
What did they grow?
Everything. I have people.
How can you? Let me tell you. Let me give you this. It depends on what the type of thing that you are growing. If you are growing a maize or you are growing cassava, it is not easy for somebody to say want to put fire on cassava farm.
See, bros.
Then the issue, let me tell you, why should somebody come to my farm and come and put fire on my farm? Because I still remember, let me tell you, let me talk. You've been talking since.
Okay.
I still remember those days when we were growing up, even in the villages, because my father used to have a small farm that we used to go. During the dry season, what we used to do is that we have to clear the bushes around our farms, because you know that bush burning is a very common phenomenon in Nigeria during dry season, and usually done by the others. Because what they used to do is that by the time all the bushes are dry, they want to burn those dry ones so that the fresh one can grow for their. It's not as if they are doing it intentionally to burn people's farm. So what we used to do is that we clear the bushes around our farm so that whenever they put fire on those bushes, it will not actually affect our farm. But these days, if I'm not saying that there are some that are not intentional, but these days, whenever something like that happens, because of social media and all those things, people will tend to give it meanings.
Okay.
I'm talking about something that this thing that I'm talking about is something that happened in the late 70s, early 80s. You understand? So even yesterday, I because I have camera in my farm, and I look at when I was watching the camera, I told my workers, I said, go and clear those bushes around my farm because I don't want any fire incidents.
Okay.
So you understand? So it can happen. Okay, some can be intentional, but there are so many things that you can do to actually avert this burning down of the farm or whatever. Some of them, majority of them are not intentional, but because we don't put what you're supposed to put in place during the dry season, and that is why you can have some occurrence like that. But now, because you talk, everybody doesn't want to take responsibility. We always blame ourselves for whatever happened. If there is a fire incident now, we will say it's somebody that is doing it or whatever. So it's just like that.
Okay. So those days, was there the issue of kidnapping in farms?
Why are you shifting goalposts?
No, because it's part of security, right? It's part of security. It's a lot of things. Right?
I agree with you with this issue of kidnapping. Let me tell you, if we are talking about, the problem that we have in Nigeria, we are looking at that insecurity as something that we can cope by carrying gun and killing the people that are involved.
Okay.
If we are doing it like that, it's not good. What are the reason for this insecurity? This same hunger that we are talking about is part of what is fueling the insecurity. I hope you agree with me.
Okay.
May I ask you guys? May I ask both of you a question? Is Nigeria a war zone?
It's not.
Exactly. So I don't get. There's always some insecurity every now and then, but it's not as rampant. It's not like a war zone like we're always thinking it is. I mean, we have farmers in Nigeria doing farming. We just like you rightly said. You said you're a farmer, and we have never heard of anything crazy happen on your side. There's always going to be an incident, but don't let us make it like, okay, if because we saw one incident, then everywhere in Nigeria is on fire. That's not what it is. So to the point he's making that there's insecurity, there's someone can pull light up a fire on your farm and stuff. That's part of business. Like that's why when you're doing your budgeting or whatever for your business, you make sure you put every infrastructure that is necessary in place. Security, transportation, reserve, every single thing, you put them in place. So I don't know why we that's why I was initially saying that government has no role in business, because they can't do it like a private man would do it, that knows that if we can't safeguard his business, he's not going to eat. He's going to lose us all his money. So I think that we are scaring ourselves way too much. And to top it off, I don't think government have a role. We can't be putting everything on government. Let the private citizen do these things. We have people that are capable of doing farming and can do it.
Well, this issue of, provide your own security, do this, do that. That is modern farming. The major people in those villages, right, they are facing a lot of all those things. The major guys in those villages, because if those guys look at a situation where we don't have issues, right? Those guys will bring some of their produce, they'll bring it to the city, and everything will go on. But now, even if you go to market, they'll tell you those guys from the villages are not even coming to the market. Because during those days, right, if you go to the market very early, those guys from the village will be the ones that you want to buy from because it's cheaper from them. And by 10 a.m., those guys have left the market. Now it's not left for people that want to resell. But now, these days, if you ask people, when they go to market, those guys that come from the village are not even there.
All right. Do you think the problem is more about the fact that
the question are they the guys that you say come from the village? Are they there in the village now? Are you sure they are there to even do the farming?
It's not like they are not there, because they are having issues. If they have
let me tell you this. The problem, if you look at it, let us even track back a little. As far back as the mid-70s, do you know, during the time of Muritala, one Obasanjo came in and started the Operation Feed the Nation. You understand? Our problem has started since when you have the oil boom, that people left the farm. You understand? But our rapidly growing population is what is escalating the problem. The problem has always been there. When we say
the problem of what? You mean the problem of farming?
Or farming?
No, but the problem of farming that I'm saying is we don't innovate. Like we still doing farming like we used to. Like they're doing it back
because
then.
we don't have the
Like the machineries and stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. You understand? Because I could remember even in the late 70s, early 80s, earlier we were talking about the local government. We have what we call ISU. We are in the local government. People can go and hire tractors to do their farming. They will buy fertilizer at subsidized rate. But we have
that's where we need government. Thank you. That's areas where we need them. It's not for them to come on the farm and start doing stuff. No.
But you know, with the corruption now, let me tell you, even if the government has a very good innovation to even subsidize the fertilizer, our people will buy and they will sell to the neighboring countries. That's what they will do. Recently, people might not know, one of my colleagues in the farming business called me that there's a palliative for poultry farmer, and the government are giving them at 1/4 of the price of maize to buy. You know, so people, they went in the name of the farmers, they got this thing, and they started selling to other people at exorbitant prices. You understand? You know, if that is why I said it's not as if we don't have the government in good intention, but it's we ourselves that will sabotage most of the things that can actually benefit the people. If the farmers can get it at that price, the price of egg, the price of chicken can even be reduced. But what happened? Some people see it as their own cash cow, and they made billions from it.
Wait, but don't you?
What I supposed to buy? Let me tell you what they're supposed to be selling at 10,000 naira per bag. They were not selling it at 25,000 naira per bag.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a regulatory issue where
you know what? When you the people that you put there,
let me say this. The Ministry of Agriculture is supposed to know all the farmers that's present in a state. And if a farmer is getting fertilizer for his farm, they should be able to account at the end of the month or at the end of the year how many food baskets they were able to produce. The Ministry of Agriculture is supposed to have those data. So you see where there's a lack, there's a loophole, where someone is using a farmer's name to get fertilizer and selling it to another country because there's no accountability at the end of the month or at the end of the year. Because if I'm getting the free money, a subsidized fertilizer from the government, I should be able to account to the government what I did with it. So you see where there's a loophole. It's more like we can't really like be blaming ourselves. We have to blame this two-way accountability. If I'm giving you something in a cheaper rate, at the end of the year, you should be able to account what you have done with what I gave you.
Oriola, I totally agree with you. But when you know earlier when you are talking about the system. Who forms the system? The people. You understand? At every level of that monitoring supervision, everybody involved are corrupt. That is it. So if I'm the governor and I say, okay, do this, I have to put people in charge. Can I trust those people? The answer is no. There's nobody you can trust in that country that will say if you put him or her in a position, he will do the right thing. And you can only base your judgment on the reports that they are giving you. You cannot be there supervising everything. If you see, by the time they give them the report, Oriola, you'll be marveled by the way they will perfect everything. And you'll be surprised. That is the level of corruption in that country.
Yeah, but I understand the point you're making, but here's the thing: it will be very tough for them to actually do like manipulate stuff, in the sense that if you they subsidize the land, they subsidize the machinery they're using, they subsidize the fertilizers. Every month the local governments should know that this is the amount of food that's going to the market. And just like you said as well, I think we both said this, that they will produce food, but those food are going bad because they don't have a place to save them. They don't have silos and stuff. So if the monitoring will be there, like at the end of each week or seasons, they know what's supposed to be grown and what should be coming to market and what the government can put in reserve or what the private sector can also put in reserve. So they kind of know that data will be good for us, because in the long run, the government knows how many food my people are consuming. They know like the price range. I mean, if you're giving the farmers a lot of stuff in a subsidized rate, you're expecting that the food will not be expensive, and you are able to manage that. So there's a lot of stuff that I think there's a lot of problem that is going between the government and the people. But the thing is, the government has no role in business. They can provide grants.
Hold on, Simba. Simba, let me play this clip, because this was actually the headline for the session, and we've not yet had the chance to play it. So let me play it just to fulfill all righteousness.
All right, so we're just somewhere around the very popular computer village, and what we can tell you right now is that tenants of these shops here, there's so much desperation on their faces, and perhaps we can just pan and let's show you what we are talking about here, because these tenants who have shops here have been left perhaps in a dilemma or confusion. They have gotten reports about the need for an urgent renovation work, and their shops, we understand, are going to be demolished any moment from now. And that's why you can see the faces of those who have shops here, who have been here for many years. They've been asking questions as to why exactly now, and yet some of these questions have not been answered. We've only just arrived here a couple of minutes ago, and that's why the details are really very, very sketchy. But what we can tell you is that this is not the first time this has happened. They have received such a notification of demolition in 2019, and fast forward now to 2023, they have again received another notification of a demolition exercise to happen here any moment from now. When we got on ground a few minutes ago, we also discovered that some of them are already moving their items in their shops just to prepare for the worst, perhaps. But let's bring in the chairman of these shops, who would perhaps give us some more perspective and clarity. Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, talk to us exactly why are your people standing here? What have you been told?
Anyway, it's unfortunate that we are facing this kind of a thing from some developer, that they bend on bringing this place down since 2019. Lati wa lenu e. because 2019 Ari letter pon fẹ́ develop wọ́n fún wa ní.
All right, so you have to speak in English because of our viewers, international viewers. But quickly, who said they want to come and demolish this place?
Okay, then we had an invitation from developer through the power. Okay, through power college. Then when they brought the invitation, then we tried to talk to them, but they bend on bringing it, and then we go to press. Then we talk to them later. Then we reach out to IGY. Then IGY denied that he doesn't know anything about the issue.
All right.
Then,
all right.
Then,
all right. Yeah, so, I mean, because we are absolutely pressed for time, we have to leave it here. We are absolutely on ground. And what we can assure our viewers around the world is that we're going to stay here and bring you up to speed with developments as they happen right here at the computer village.
So there it is. It looks as though Lagos State is embarked on a mass demolition project. I think they are trying to restructure and rebrand and reface the state. This is what we're seeing. But I'm glad that that's a Yoruba-speaking person. So we cannot now ethnicize this. But Larry, do you have any comments on that, Larry?
Yeah, this place they've started demolishing it.
Yes, they gave them 24-hour notice to clear out.
They've even started. They've started. I think
that's in Oregon, isn't it?
No, this is. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in Ikeja. I don't know the exact place.
Ojota area.
No, Ikeja.
Ikeja, okay.
Yeah, this is Computer Village in Ikeja. So the thing is this: the complex itself, because who are the owners of the complex? Police officers' wives. So who are the occupants? Because people complain, oh, this and that. Because if you look at every owners of those shops, I'm sure it's not even the police officers' wives that actually have it. So if they say they want to demolish it, I know they said they started in 2019. The next thing they did was to go to press, right? Oh, why do you want to demolish this place? They went to IG's wife. Now, I think the last thing I heard was that probably this present IG's wife wants kind of like talk to some developers and they want to rebuild it, they want to do this, they want to do that. So, but it's just unfortunate that people have they really ethnicized a lot of things, right? Because if this place if they need to demolish it, in as much as the owners of the place, who are supposed to be the police officers' wives, if they're actually the ones complaining, then I would kind of like, okay, probably you also want to take it from them. But if they're not the ones complaining, so I think they just need to like agree among themselves, right? 2019 to this time, it's enough, right, for anybody to know if there's an issue, you might not need to renew the rent and kind of like look for somewhere else. But if you still keep renewing the rent and everything you do every now and then, they are using the same 2019 approach. Because in 2019 approach was like we went to the press and we shouted, we said, oh, they are trying to like, kind of like ethnicize it. They are using the same approach now, which I don't think is going to help, because the last time I checked, they said they've started demolishing it. Hopefully by tomorrow, these buildings will not be there again.
All right, you said hopefully. Spare thought for people who are making their living off that.
No, it's true. They've started demolishing it. They like 3-4 hours ago. I saw it. People started posting it on Facebook that they started in the midnight. So if it's in the morning, probably some of this building won't be there again. So they started like 4 or 3 hours ago.
Well, what do you think is going on in Lagos State? It seems to be demolition after demolition.
You see, it's that particular issue, right? It's a lot of things. Lagos, number one, the issue of flood. The issue of flood is key in Lagos, right? And a lot of people have done a lot of things. All this issue of sand filling everywhere. I was talking to a friend recently, and he was telling me about buying a place in Amuwo Dolphin. He said that those guys came, they said, oh, they are selling a waterfront kind of like a waterfront to him, and he had to send some people there. What's the waterfront in front of one canal like that? And he was like telling those guys that this place it's a canal, and they were like, don't worry, we've settled everything, this and that, this and that. And that's exactly what's happening. The whole of Lagos, everybody is feeling. Go to Banana, everybody is feeling. Everywhere, everybody is feeling. And at the end of the day, if there's flood in Lagos, look at what happened like 2 years ago in Lagos. The same thing happened in Abuja. Look at what happened in what's this place? Life Camp, around Life Camp side, right? Flood everywhere. I think what they are trying to do is to, like, at least, I'm not talking about the one in Amuodofin, because that's a federal government, FHA versus Amuodofin, but the ones that they are trying to, like, clear the waterways. I think I support that, because that's going to help Lagos a lot. If they can, anybody that actually, if you're building your house, kind of like blocking the drainage and everything, you know yourself, right? That's not the place to build houses. But in Nigeria, we have this, nothing is going to happen. Kind of like, go to the ministry, give this one money, give this one money, nothing is going to happen. And those guys will tell you, okay, no problem. But somebody, you yourself, you buying your land. I see a drainage, they help me fill it. I built a very good house there. I know one day, right? Because the water will definitely find its way. One day, it will definitely happen. But it's just so unfortunate that we are at that point in Nigeria where a lot of things has been ethnicized. Any slight thing, people are not really talking. I was expecting people to, when they were demolishing, come out with your papers, right? Come out with your C of O, sue the government. But unfortunately, they were even daring them to come out with those C of O, and I never even saw one person coming out with, this is my C of O. So, which means that, it's a lot of things. Oh, they said they bought it from Omonile, and all those things, all this land racketeering going on in Lagos, and everybody doing what they want. At the end of the day, this is exactly what we are saying. So it's there's nothing I can say. The waterways, if you're building on the waterways, your house has to go, because that's going to help everybody. It's not just you, because when there is flood, it's not just you that is going to face it. Everybody's going to face it. That's what I say.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Is this your first time here? I'm not sure that. Is this your first time here?
No, this is not my first time. Yeah.
All right, you should join us more often. You seem to have a good grasp of what is going on in Nigeria. Does anybody else want to comment on that demolition in a computer village? I'm just glad that it's not an Igbo. But where are the Ipobians obedient now? Do they not have thoughts about this? Where is Joel to come and scream and shout and all that?
Can I ask a question real quick? Don't you think the system is working? That's what we see. And every time because it looks like the ministries, they're now doing what they should be doing. Like, there's a city plan, and if you're messing with the city plan, they have to do the right thing. Don't you think what's going on is the system, at least maybe not 100%, but it's currently working?
I think it's long overdue. What is going on now? Like Larry was just saying, people they act anyhow, they do anything because there's no pushback. There's no
right. So if the system was working, then we would never have reached any of this. We won't see nothing like this, because this will never happen. So it looks like whoever is in charge of those ministry as of today, they seem to know what their jobs are, and they're doing it. So with the demolition, I don't see. I mean, they gave you notice back in 2019. Maybe they have a city plan. Maybe he's messing up with the city plan. And Larry also said he has to do with the police wives. They own the land.
Yeah, those are the POA, Police Officers Wives Association. That place belongs to them.
Right. I don't really like either it belongs to them or not. As long as they're following the city plan, the plan that's the Ikeja plan that the ministry of housing. As long as they're following that, so I don't have anything against whatever will happen. As long as if you're breaking the law's supposed to come for you. So Either we cry from here to tomorrow, even if, let's say, there's a lot of people like breaking law and nothing was done. Maybe in 2 years or 3 years from now, we might have someone that actually want to fix something and would decide to do exactly what they're currently doing right now. I just feel like the system seems to be in Lagos now, especially the guy with the environment.
Yeah, that guy
It
is.
looks, yeah, right. It looks like he knows his job because it wasn't like he was the first person to um hold that role. It looks like now that he has the role, he knows exactly what he needs to be doing, and he's doing that. And that's what we need. We just want, not like putting everything on the governor. We just want everybody to be doing their job.
Yeah.
As long as they're doing their job, we'll be fine.
Yeah,
Instead of just
but the unfortunate thing is that the press, right? The press, they tend to be blackmailing. They blackmail the government a lot, and even this one, I'm very sure, right? That's all you see in the press, right? Oh, anti-Igbo, Igbo, anti this, anti that. I
But
think
it's not an Igbo dominated market,
no,
is it?
it is.
Is it? Oh, all
It is.
right,
Yeah,
good.
it is Computer Village. Yeah, so it is. So that's
How
what.
come the spokesperson is Yoruba guy?
No, it's not only Igbo that sell there now. There will definitely probably the Babaloja, or probably it's the representative of those folks. But the thing is this: things like this happen because my thing is, why are you using the same approach you used in 2019? Right? We went to the press. Is it the press that you're supposed to go to? They said this particular building failed the test and it might actually, come down anytime. So the government wants to demolish it and build something better. So why are you going to the press? If you're a tenant and your landlord told you that, okay, fine, I'm going to rebuild this house in 2019, and you kept on renewing your rent. You renewed your rent for 2020, 2021, 2022 till 2023, right? And you felt nothing is going to happen. If they come back again, we go to the press, we say, oh, they are against Igbo, they want to wipe out Igbo and all those things, and that's going to solve it, and they will leave it. We'll kind of like blackmail the IG's wife, because that was what he said. He said the last time they went to the IG's wife, and he was like, oh, I don't know anything about it. And that same approach is exactly what they want to do. The last thing I saw was that, oh, they said, is this present IG's wife that wants to demolish it and all those things, right? That's the problem I have. Even the older demolition that actually happened, people are not really saying the truth, right? They go to the press, they use the social media. Even some of the key press guys actually help them, right, to fuel some of those things. Oh, it's anti this, it's anti that. But do we have ask the right questions, right? Because take for instance now, there is a drainage, and somebody actually build a very good building, blocking the drainage, kind of like redirecting the drainage for his own selfish interest. Even for government to be able to even demolish that place, that person is even supposed to pay the government, because you're supposed to pay the government because they are using people's resources to even demolish what you've done. So in a sane country, you're not supposed to even do that. But there's this anyhowness in Nigeria now. It's everybody do anyhow, and if I have money, I can just pay some more money. Let them help me and fill this place. You put a very big building. What happens if there is flood? Everybody will start shouting, "Oh, Lekki is the whole of Lekki is flood." Why do we have flood in Lekki? Why do we have flood in Niger? It's the same thing. Anytime there is flood, the next thing you see is everybody, oh, look at the Lagos. It's flood everywhere. But what's the root cause of those flood? It's the same thing. So I'm happy that this guy is really doing his job, but I'm just afraid, because of all this blackmail and everything, they might want to they don't want to do it again. I just hope he's able to do it, and let's have a better Lagos. Lagos it's something else.
Wait, don't every state include the federal? Don't they have the Ministry of Communication or whatever? If they do, what's their job? Their job is to communicate and talk to the press, and also the press, the journalists. They can't just someone walk up to you. You didn't do your research to actually confirm
But
If that's what it is.
do you know that that's what's happening in Nigeria now? You see a lot of things, right?
Gentlemen, just to let you know, I'll be shutting it down at the 5 hour mark, which is about 6 minutes from now. Carry on.
So basically, what is happening in Nigeria now? Do you look at all the press now? It's all about what is. Take for instance now. I'm very sure tomorrow you see probably Arise News kind of like bringing that ethnic perspective to it, and to make some people happy. Like it's a lot of things. Next thing you hear, Ohanize Ndigbo coming out and say, "Oh, yeah, we need to be sure it's not cleansing and all those things," and nobody's even saying the truth based on what is exactly happening. Nobody's even talking about the main root cause, right? And it's a lot of blackmail for that that commissioner of environment. And I like the way the guy is doing it. He uses the drone, right? He calls those people, put drone on it, and everybody sees it, bring them, and they can't even deny it that that's what they've done. Ask them their paper. They said, "Oh, we bought the land from one of Monile." The developer told us that they've settled everything, right? And you bought those lands, and where is the developer? The developer has run away. So that's what you are seeing in this all those cases. Nobody's bringing CFO. Nobody's even bringing any legal document to even say they have access to it. It was approved and all those things. So it's a lot of anyhowness in Nigeria, and it will still continue until we have somebody that is ready to really do the right thing.
Don't you think they should have fired every person that works in that ministry? Especially dated to maybe like 10, they've been working there for like 10 years or so. Don't you think they should be fired? Because they all contribute to the problem that we're having now.
No, I think every governor have been doing it. Do you remember during Fasho last time? The same thing happened. It was kind of like demolishing some places. I think Ambode did a little bit of that. Now this guy doing it. Lagos is a lot. I know most of them, they are always afraid of those blackmails. That's the major thing. It's every time, right? If they try to do it, it's a lot.
So they are afraid of doing their job. Is that what you're saying?
My brother, if you say the blackmail, right? You can see it everywhere now. Look at this little everywhere. It's all about it's anti-Igbo, Ohanize Ndigbo, this anti-Igbo. Everywhere you see, they are trying to like drive the whole Igbo out and all those things. Sometimes government want to sometimes you want to do it and do the right thing and all those things. Sometimes you still want to okay, now they still want
to. I would like to agree with you, but I disagree because you're breaking the law. And you're saying the law should not take its course. That's what you're saying. So you're saying when you break the law should just leave you alone.
No. I'm pro-government, right, in this case. But I'm telling you what is exactly happening. I'm pro-government. I support what they are doing. But I'm just kind of like saying why sometimes they are doing it and the government will kind of reduce some of these things. So because of the blackmail is too much. You can see the whole internet everywhere,
Right. Isn't that the reason why they have Ministry of Communication?
Yeah, they do. But the Ministry of Communication, aside NTA, right? That's the only government.
No. They usually will have someone that communicate on behalf of the government.
No, they do. They do every time. They do that every time.
Yeah, and if they're putting something now that, this is the reason why this department is doing this, and let's say the journalists or the press, they're reporting the wrong thing, they can sue them for lying.
Yeah, they do that every time because I know this Ministry of Environment is always everywhere. Even go to from channel to Arise TV to TVC, saying the same thing. But it's just more like the media in Nigeria are so powerful that they want to push one narrative. And till today, they have not left that election period. It's still more like, let's push this ethnic thing, and it's really crazy. And sometimes I pity Lagos State government. They want to do the right thing, but it's a lot of blackmail every side. It's coming from everywhere. It's coming from the press. It's coming from it's coming from Ohanize. It's coming from the key Igbo guys. They need to go and talk to the governor. They need to hold meetings and everything. Sometimes I pity those guys because I know what they are really going through. But they still need to do the right thing. I just pray they do the right thing. They don't listen to all those things. Just do the right thing. That's the major thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect everybody to be on the same page. Everybody will have different point of view. Like we will not all see it the same. But if you feel that someone is trying to tarnish your image while you give them the right information, but they're still trying to tarnish your image, you can sue them. And if you sue a couple of medias, they will sit right. They will know what they. I just feel like someone breaking the law and you don't want them to do the law to take its course is wrong, because what we're saying to them is they should not do their job, and when they're not doing their job, we're the same people that's complaining. Like we're complaining that people are building on the on drainage, they're building on canals, and you don't want the government to fix it. Even in the first place, the government is even at fault. Like why would they let people build
Do
on
you,
the
do,
canal or
do,
the
do you know that all
drainage?
those things you're saying, right? Though I don't really join. Had it been some people on this call today, right? They would definitely they would push that narrative. Is anti-Igbo, and even you wouldn't
Yes, now I have had the expectation that
you
yeah.
won't even to have this kind of. They will tell you outrightly. These are learned people, and they will tell you this is outrightly anti-Igbo and all those things. I'm telling you, So even you being in this short cycle, and you still see people saying that. So what of you? What happens to the government? Sometimes I pity Lagos State government. Because I know it's a lot. It's a lot. Every slight thing you do, somebody comes out and say you are doing this because you don't want them to be in Lagos. You're doing this because you're going against their investments. But you want to do the right thing for everybody to be good. But it's unfortunate.
Do you think the government can satisfy everyone?
Yeah, they can't satisfy everyone, but they can't satisfy everyone. But I hope you are actually. I hope you're actually in that space.
I know what you're talking about,
It's
but I'm
crazy.
just saying
It's
that they
crazy.
can't just be looking at it that, okay, just because some people are going to complain, then we shouldn't do the job that we are actually
Yeah.
hired to be doing.
I'm telling you, it's crazy. I pity Lagos State government in most
I
cases.
don't pity them. I want them to do their job. If their job is to rub people the wrong way, they should do what they need to do. As long as they're putting out the right information that we're doing this because of this. It's
Yeah.
not like we're doing it because we have interior motive. We're doing it because this is the reason why we're doing it. So it's up to other people to accept it or not accept it. So instead of them being emotional about it, thinking I feel like we're just giving them excuse. I mean, I don't like giving government excuses. Like they're there to regulate. So if they feel like something is wrong, fix it. Why do they even have to wait for 4 years before they demolish the building?
I
They
think
give them notice
no,
2019
I
and
think
they're doing it 2024.
yeah, I think it's actually true, right? They just don't need to just fall for those blackmails, right? Just do what
That's
is right.
that's why I said that the entire ministry, people that work there, they
Of
should
course.
be fired
Of
because
course,
they
of course,
probably already compromised, getting
of course,
money,
of course, of
and now doing what they. Yeah, they
of
should
course,
fire them and replace them with people that want to do the job.
of course.